Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're going to start in just a couple minutes. I wanted to say a few quick introductory words. I've been involved in, first of all, I'm Alex Rice. I'm a professor in the math department here at Millsaps, but I'm also the director of the honors program, and I've been involved with the honors program for about 5 years now. For a while, I was a member of the committee that evaluates the projects. This is my second year as the director, but also this is my second time organizing this conference, but this is particularly special for me because this is the first group presenting at a conference that I have had from the beginning to the end of the honors experience. And the reason why that's the case is because this experience is long. The students that are presenting here today, this journey for them started at an orientation meeting with me in September of 2021. So that's a year and a half ago. So that's how long this research and these thesis projects are in the making. And these projects are, this is a very distinctive program we have here at Millsaps. It's definitely the closest approximation that we have, or I think any undergraduate institution has, at an experience that you would get doing research in a graduate program, or even, professional academic research. And one of the key components of that is, I mentioned how long it is and how much is involved. This is not an assignment. Nobody told these students to do this, right? This is something they chose to take on in addition to all of the other components and requirements, which, as our students can tell you, are quite robust. That comes, in terms of our core curriculum, the requirements for their majors. This is something they chose to take on top of all of that. And so this is special for me to see the first crop of students for me make that entire year and a half journey. And what these students have to do today is something that is something that people at all levels of research really struggle with. I can certainly identify that they're going to take a topic that they've been thinking about for a year and a half, and they're going to try to communicate it to people who have not been thinking about it for a year and a half, and they're going to try to do it in 15 minutes. So that is an extremely high bar that I would say even professional academic researchers really struggle with. And I think you'll be really impressed with what our students have done over that period in addition to all their other Millsaps work. So we're going to have 3 sessions today, 3 talks, then 4 talks, then 3 talks. There's no attendance requirement here, but I would say as audience members, rather than making your decisions about attendance from talk to talk, I think it would be better if you made your decisions about attendance from session to session. So, the sessions are between an hour and 20 minutes long. And so that will give us, good support for all of our students here today. So each presentation will be about 15 minutes. We'll leave some room for questions, and each session will be moderated by one of our students. And so hopefully this will be pretty much the last you hear my voice today. All of the session 1 files are now loaded onto the desktop, and our first session is going to be moderated by Trey Clark. So Trey, come on, give Trey a round of applause and we'll get started.
All right. Morning, everybody. Our first presentation is one centered on English literature by Victoria Richard, and it is, hold on, The Illness of the Patriarchy, Understanding the Waves and Miss Dalloway by Virginia Woolf. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you this morning. Thank you. Okay, so first off, can everyone hear me okay? I know I'm typically a little soft-spoken, so I want to make sure that everyone can hear, even in the back. It's an honor to start off today. My project, as Trey noted, is The Illness of the Patriarchy, Understanding the Waves in Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf. One note, I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on, The Waves and Mrs. Dalloway are both novels that Virginia Woolf wrote in the 1920s and 1930s. Virginia Woolf lived from 1882 to 1941. Through my research, I noted four main portions of her life. She was an author, she was a publisher, but the things that I'm going to be focusing on is the fact that she was a feminist, but she was also a patient. She was the author of 9 novels, numerous nonfiction essays, and several works of short fiction. She also co-owned the Hogarth Press with her husband. She printed her own work and other local authors. Part of the move to create her own press was to create independence from her family, who also ran a press. As I noted, we'll be focusing on her feminist work. Primarily, her work as an early feminist was in women's careers. Her writing, A Room of One's Own, focuses on the role of the women author in society. Women, she noted, often don't have the space to be creative. And to be creative, it's a certain luxury, you know? You have to have the time to be creative. And that's something that women aren't always afforded because they're expected to be in the home and to be taking care of children. So, Virginia Woolf was also a sexual abuse survivor, and she was also a mental health patient. Her symptoms, first of all, I want to be clear, we will not be diagnosing Virginia Woolf. I don't want to diagnose her post-mortem. I feel like that's not an ethical decision. She can't speak for herself or explain her own symptoms, so no diagnosing here. However, she did suffer from suicidal ideation, a depressed mood, hallucinations, including hearing birds singing in Greek, anxiety regarding public appearances, and she also had a compulsion to starve. She was very concerned about how people would perceive her. Again, another reminder, I don't know what Virginia Woolf may have been through because she's not here to tell me. So this is a quote from her nephew. To know the psyche of Virginia Woolf, one would have to be either God or Virginia, preferably God. So in approaching my work, I used both the feminist model and also the psychological concept of biopsychosociality. So biopsychosociality is like a modern approach that most psychologists use. So like the word says, we take the biological, the psychological, and the sociological factors of every problem, whether it be an illness or a research question. So psychological factors would be your individual patterns of thinking. What is your cognition like? Sociological factors would be culture. What is your culture telling you? What's your relationship to your family? What's your social position, including your economic class? Biological factors would be hormone production, genetic disposition. Do you have a genetic mutation or anything like that that may have caused you to live a different life than other people? So just as mental illness can be affected by a multitude of factors, all of an author's life influences their work. So Virginia Woolf as the author, Virginia Woolf the publisher, Virginia Woolf the feminist, Virginia Woolf the patient, we can't separate those things when we're reading her work. They all have to be viewed together. So what that means for us is that we have to look at all of those things together, just in the way psychologists are moving to look at all facets of a person's life in diagnosis and in research. So what I'm proposing is that we need to do that in literature as well, rather than focusing on a singular aspect of a person. So primarily, however, I will be focusing on the psychological and the feminist aspects of Virginia Woolf's writing and how those two things come together to comment on society and her work. This is a small snippet from my thesis. Simone de Beauvoir writes that there is no room within the patriarchy's idea of femininity for a woman to be anything but an angel or a demon. Anything in between that does not fit the ideals of either extreme renders her unfeminine. These two conflicting stereotypes force women to swing on a pendulum, creating an unrealistic characterization of characters as either good, or wholly bad. So we see that there are these two contrasting ideas of what a woman is. You're either good or you're bad. You're not allowed to be a complex person. There's no gray area in between. What I'm saying in my thesis is that if these conflicting ideals occur for women, then they happen for men as well. Men are caged too. This is a quote from Glennon Doyle. She's a current feminist theorist and memoirist as well. Our men are caged too. The parts of themselves that they must hide to fit into those cages are the slices of their humanity that our culture has labeled feminine. Traits like mercy, tenderness, softness, quietness, kindness, humility, uncertainty, empathy, connection. We tell them, don't be these things, because these are feminine things to be. Be anything but feminine. So just as women aren't allowed to be good or bad, men are required by society to be strong all the time. And ultimately, this affects them negatively as far as mental health goes and in many other ways. So for the purposes of condensing everything into 15 minutes, I decided to focus on one character from my study, Septimus from Mrs. Dalloway. Septimus served in World War I. He developed PTSD, which at the time was not a term. It was more properly termed war neurosis or shell shock. He was treated by two different doctors during the novel, Dr. Holmes and Dr. Bradshaw. There are similarities in their treatment and how they treat him as a man as opposed to how they talk to his wife in their offices. Dr. Holmes dismisses Septimus's symptoms. He says that when he feels like that, he just goes to the music hall or takes a day off and plays golf, which doesn't address the ultimate fact that there is a real problem. This man has had trauma, and he has seen war. Going to play golf isn't going to fix this. He also places much concern on Septimus's wife, Rhesia, and how he perceives her as needing help to get through this. He even at one point tells him that he needs to get better for her. It's really not about Septimus getting well. It's about Rhesia being protected and being able to stay in her gender role. Dr. Bradshaw comes later in the novel. Bradshaw is a specialist that deals with war neurosis and other mental illnesses at the time. Dr. Bradshaw plans to send Septimus to a rest cure. The rest cure, as Silas were Mitchell, the doctor of Charlotte Perkins Gilman, who was also a novelist around the time of Virginia Woolf, designed it to require bed rest, a milk diet, electrical treatments, and massage. The cure was frequently prescribed to women. They had this idea that the state of complete submission that the rest cure required would come more naturally to women. And so it was broadly seen as a female cure. The stigma of mental illness in Septimus's care is also a stigma of gender. He's assigned a female treatment because he wasn't able to get through war without having some negative effect. And so therefore, he must not be fulfilling his societal role. Men aren't allowed to be weak in this society. To suffer mental illness and to be assigned a female treatment places Septimus in a place of criticism in the eyes of his doctors. So I think that explains some of their treatment of him, and dismissing his symptoms is because societally he shouldn't be allowed to feel these things. Ultimately, at the end of the novel, spoiler alert, and a trigger warning, Septimus's wife takes control of the treatment. She tells the doctors that she is not going to allow him to go through the rest cure, and she tries to get them to leave them alone, but they come to their house anyway, and he commits suicide. So what I'm posing the ending means is that when she is allowed to step outside of her gender role and he's allowed to take a lesser role, then they are healthy. We see at the end of the novel, before this happens, they're sitting together, they're laughing, they're talking for the first time in the novel. The rest of the novel is tense. There's a lot of anxiety in the relationship. But when they're allowed to switch their roles and she becomes more dominant and allows him to take a step back and rest and heal, then everything is fine. It's society that ruins their relationship. One more note, I put the suicide hotline up. If you know someone you know is struggling, you can call this number or go to the website and just a click away. Okay, thank you so much. While Trey's getting down here, I just wanted to thank everyone that helped with me on my project, Dr. McMaster and Dr. Gleason and Dr. DeZutter and Dr. Prenshaw as well. I don't see her though, but she is appreciated.
Do we have any questions for Victoria?
How do you think, you made a project about looking at a writer to understand maybe their struggles, things like that. Do you think like the time period that they lived in impacts how we can look at their literature and if we should look at it with the historical lens in mind?
I definitely think so. Especially the 1920s is when Mrs. Dalloway was written, and around that time was when women were getting the vote. So I do think the ideas of rights, of gender, and gender equality was heavy on her mind. So yes.
Anyone else?
So I worked on The Waves as well, which was Virginia Woolf's early 1930s novel. The Waves is so hard to deal with because it's such an experimental novel. There's no break in between the characters' thoughts. They also speak in soliloquies the whole time. There's no actual dialogue. So in that work, though, I worked with Rhoda. She's one of the female characters in the novel. There's 6 main characters, and there's 3 women and 3 men. I worked with Rhoda, who also unfortunately commits suicide at the end of the novel. I worked with her to talk about how her gender roles caused her to not get the treatment that she needed. She's single at the end of the novel. She never gets married. And how did that make society devalue her?
I have time for one more question if anyone has it. Oh, Dr. Pickard.
Victoria, your project tries to do something really challenging, which is to take insights and research into one discipline, English literature, and another discipline, psychology, and figure out how those 2 disciplines can inform the study of each other. So you have an English professor on your committee, a psychology professor on your committee. I wonder if you could just share a little bit about what you learned by trying to put these 2 disciplines in conversation with each other in the course of this thesis. Anything you take away from that endeavor that you want to talk about?
Yeah, it was a great experience. The joining of those 2 subjects has been something that I've always wanted to do since I'm majoring in English and minoring in psychology. It's something I've always been interested in. But the problem of putting them together is that there are rules in each discipline that don't always match together. The way we talk about cases in psychology isn't always the way you talk about a character in fiction. You're not always going to be able to hypothesize what an actual patient's motives are. However, it was a really good experience because I also was able to learn that it does work. I think that we need to use in literature studies, we need to use other fields to inform our work more. I think we get a more textured and just a more enlightening understanding of literature when we're aware of other fields. We can only look at what an individual word means so many times before everyone has written it and everyone has studied it. But when we add in these new concepts from other fields, then we're allowed to look at the social impact, the historical impact, cultural impact of these works as well.
All right. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Clare Howard in the field of education with the title, The Decision-Making Process of Going to Public School versus Private School in Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah, but how do you do full screen?
Oh, full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. You should be full screen. There.
Like that?
Sure.
Or-
Lots more tools. Actually, I'm not sure. I think it's this. Read more?
Read it. Yeah, and then this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just use it.
Hello, my name is Clare Howard, and my thesis is entitled Decision-Making Process When Choosing Private versus Public Schools in Jackson, Mississippi. Some historical information to be aware of. We first have the Supreme Court case, Plessy versus Ferguson, in 1896. The state of Louisiana created a statute that required whites and blacks to ride in separate railroad cars. However, they claimed these cars would be of equal condition. When Adolphus Plessy attempted to board a white-only car, he was arrested. He and his lawyers argued that this statute violated the 13th and 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court decided that the statute did not violate these amendments because the railroad cars were considered of equal quality. This created the stance separate but equal in America. The next Supreme Court case to be aware of is Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. Oliver Brown was arguing for his children to be able to attend the white-only school. He and his lawyers argued that segregated schools violated the 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court found that segregated schools do violate the 14th Amendment because to separate people based on race causes feelings of inferiority, so separate can never be equal. However, even after Brown versus Board of Education, many schools, especially in the South, still remained segregated. In fact, an organization formed in Mississippi called the Citizens Council, and their main goal was to keep schools in Mississippi segregated. After the Civil Rights Act was passed, segregated schools could no longer receive federal money. As a response, school districts in Mississippi created the freedom of choice system. In this system, parents could choose whatever schools they would like for their children to attend to. However, this did not fully integrate schools, as white schools still remained mostly white schools, with just a few black students attending those schools. The next Supreme Court case is the Alexander versus Holmes County Board of Education in 1969. Beatrice Alexander and other parents sued the Holmes County Board of Education due to the ongoing segregated schools. The Supreme Court finally required Mississippi to fully integrate their schools and get rid of the freedom of choice system. As a result of this decision, many white families decided to pull their children out of the public school education and move them into private schools. These private schools that were formed due to forced integration are now known as segregation academies. Along with parents moving their children to private schools, many parents left Jackson for the suburbs. This phenomenon is known as white flight. White flight greatly changed the demographics of Jackson. In 1960, 64% of Jackson was white. And in 2021, 15% of Jackson is white, with 83% black. Some terms to be aware of is de jure segregation, which is segregation by law, and de facto segregation, which is segregation by fact. This white flight caused de facto segregation because it made Jackson into a primarily black city, So your schools are going to be primarily Black. Here are the demographics of the schools in my study. So we have the Jackson Public Schools, and then School A through D, which are the different private schools, their total revenue, the percent white and percent Black of the schools, and then total revenue divided by the total number of students. As you can see, Jackson Public Schools are primarily Black schools, where the private schools in my study are primarily white. You can also see that per student, Jackson receives less money than the private schools, with the exception of School D. Previous research has also looked at why parents choose certain schools. Sinkin and Emerson and Billing and Hunt found that as a Black population of the school increases, white families are less likely to choose those schools for their children. Alvahofen et al. And Goldring and Phillips were looking at why parents choose magnet and charter schools. And Friedman et al. were looking at school satisfaction among different racial groups, and they found that Asian parents were most happy with their children's school, and Black parents were least content with their children's school. Reasons from my study. The education system in Jackson has greatly been affected by segregation. It looks at the ongoing de facto school segregation. And my study also looks at the difference between private and public school parents, whereas the other studies I'd mentioned did not look at this. And it looks at many reasons, not just racial reasons. My design, I created an elicitation task that employed visual images. I created a fictional public school in Jackson and a fictional private school in the Jackson metro area. Each school had a note card containing particular stats about the school, which included different languages offered, average ACT, college acceptance rate, and number of national merit scholars. The statistics for both different types of schools were very, very similar. I then informed my participants that 4 families just moved to Jackson, and they had to decide for each family where they should send their child to. I also informed my participants that these families received a full scholarship to the private school, so money would not be an issue. My interview was semi-structured, so I had a few predetermined questions, and the rest of the questions just depended on how the conversation went. When I piloted this activity, I realized that I did not receive that much valuable information from the task alone, so I restructured it to focus more on the participants' own decisions on where to send their own children to school. Here are the visual images that I used in the study. So these were the 4 different families who had recently just moved to Jackson. As you can see, 2 of the families are white and 2 of the families are Black. The only information my participants received about these families were the ages of the children. My sample. So my criteria for my parents were they had to reside in Jackson and either currently have a child in a Jackson public school or private school in the Jackson metro area, or have had children graduate from these 2 different types of schools. I had 20 parents, 10 private and 10 public parents. I will mention that my parents are skewed towards education professions. I recorded my interviews and then I transcribed the recordings. Once I had the transcriptions, I used a coding software entitled Delve in order to find codes among the transcripts, the codes that were most common, as well as codes that were commonly grouped together. Here are the different codes that I found. A big code that was common among both different types of parents was lack of opportunities, resources, funding, and bad reputation in Jackson Public Schools. Both parents also mentioned that Jackson Public Schools do have some special programs and good opportunities. A code that was common among public school parents as a reason for why they believe or why they did not want to send their children to private schools was lack of socioeconomic diversity, exposure, and surrounded by wealth in Jackson private schools. For public school parents, a code that was common was white equals private, and they believed that private school parents' reasons were racially motivated. However, I will note that private school parents did not state that their reasons were racially motivated. Both different types of parents did mention that certain JPS schools are better than others, and for both parents, community and where the child's friend goes are important. As you can see, looking at my codes, a very common code among all the parents was funding. Funding was an extreme issue for everybody. My project is important due to its connection to equity. For example, if you look at Jackson Public School funding versus Madison Public School funding, which is a suburb of Jackson, it is vastly different. In this graph, we have Madison County Schools on top and Jackson Public Schools on the bottom. You have the state funding per student and the local funding per student. Looking at this graph, you can see that Madison County receives more per student in state funding, and it also receives a large amount more in local funding. Local funding is tied to property tax. So Jackson has a lower tax base than Madison, so that is where that disparity is coming from. Equity-minded reforms need to address the complexity of this issue, which is deeply tied to the history of Jackson. The mass exodus of white families due to forced integration is affecting why parents choose particular schools today, even if currently they're not racially based. The mass exodus caused Jackson to lose a substantial amount of its tax base, which in turn, its local funding. For example, poverty levels between Jackson and its suburbs greatly show the disparity between the areas. This graph shows the poverty levels of Jackson and the 4 suburbs surrounding it. As you can see, Jackson is 26.1, where the suburbs are substantially lower. This is a perfect example of why Jackson does not receive this local funding, because it doesn't have the tax base. Every child deserves a quality education regardless of their financial background. And funding public education is the foundation for a successful community. I would like to thank my advisor, Dr. DeZetter, for all her help in this project. I would also like to thank my second reader, Dr. Gorham, my third reader, Dr. Selman, and the head of the honors program, Dr. Rice. I would also like to thank all my participants, because without them, this project would not have been possible. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions for Claire? Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay, so what sparked your interest in this topic? Like, what made you decide to get into this?
What sparked my interest in this topic was I'm from Anchorage, Alaska. I was born and raised there. And in Anchorage, Alaska, not everybody, but most people go to public schools and support their public schools. And when I decided to come to Millsaps, a lot of my friends I made here who are from Jackson informed me that you cannot go to public schools in Jackson. They're not good, you have to go to private schools. And this was really confusing to me, because I grew up in an environment where public schools were really great and almost everybody went to them regardless of their financial situation. So I wanted to explore why parents were choosing public versus private schools in Jackson and the reasons behind it. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So you said like your participants were like more like educators. Do you think that affected the results?
I do think it might have affected my results, because their priorities might have been more education focused, whereas if my participants weren't in an education profession, their priorities might not have been as much focused on education. Their priorities might have been more racially focused, but it's hard to say.
You, ma'am.
So what suggestion do you have to bring about equity in the Jackson Public Schools?
More state funding is crucial, and also a more transparent algorithm for how the state decides how much money each school district receives. For example, currently in their formula, they decide based on how many students attend school rather than how many students are enrolled in school. This is an issue for school districts that might not have as much stable school attendance. So this is something that needs to be addressed.
Anyone else? Oh,
Do you think that the educational background, like the parents, plays a factor in school decision making as well?
Yes, for sure. There were a few parents who are from the Jackson area and went to certain private schools, and they enjoyed their experience there, so they wanted their kids to have that same experience.
anyone else? No? All right. Thank you, Claire. Next, we have Mason Peavey in the Department of Philosophy with his project, The Genesis Story, Sin and Human Nature.
Good morning. So as Trey mentioned, my name is Mason Peavey, and I'll be presenting my honors project on the Genesis story, where I looked at what it says about sin and human nature. To begin with, I will introduce the importance of these texts, and then I will briefly recount the text. After that, I'll move to the standard interpretation, and I'll follow with the problems associated with that standard interpretation. I'll then discuss the traditional solutions to those problems and why they don't work. And I will close with my proposed solution and its new effects on human nature and the implications of those. So the Genesis stories reveal truths about God and human nature, and they provide context for interpreting the rest of the Bible. Creation stories in general also try to explain something important about human nature that we regularly observe. They also provide a goal or guidance for what humans should be aiming at. They show us that we know that the world can be better. So on to the Genesis text. The creation stories begin with what God created on which day. He begins with the heavens and the earth, and then creates the day and night, and then he quickly moves through the other days in creating everything that exists. God also creates Adam and Eve, and they are created in his image. Each day, God finishes the work of creation by declaring it good. God moves Adam into the Garden of Eden, where he brings him each animal, and Adam names them, and then after that, Eve is formed from the rib of Adam to be a partner in the stewardship of creation. They are given the command to take care of creation. Adam is also told that he is not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and God names death as a consequence this happens. In chapter 3, which is commonly referred to as relating the fall, creation is left to work on its own, without the intimate involvement of God. And I'm sure we all know what happens next. The serpent questions Eve about what God said. She relates her account of it, which the serpent refutes, and then she decides to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Adam follows, and the Bible says that their eyes are opened. God seeks them out from their hiding place and questions them about what happened. He then curses the serpent and describes to Adam and Eve the way their life will be like from now on. Of course, the final chapter in the stories details the expulsion of Adam and Eve. They're expelled from the garden to keep them from eating from the tree of life. And so then they are sent to work the ground at the original spot of creation. And so to keep them from returning, an angel is stationed outside at the garden's entrance. So now we move to the standard interpretation of these texts. The standard interpretation of this story offers 5 elements that have been used to explain or describe human nature. The first is the imago Dei, the second is free will, disobedience, the fourth is corruption, and the final interpretation is punishment. So at no point in human history has there been a consensus on what the imago Dei is, or what the image of God, and the imago Dei is the image of God. So Thomas Aquinas equated it with rationality. Calvin said that it gives humans natural and supernatural gifts, some of which are understanding, love, and righteousness. Others, like Colin Gunton, have said that the image is to be understood relationally. However, the dominant view and the standard interpretation is that the image of God imparted some kind of psychological trait in humans. These would be reason, free will, and capability of choice. That brings us to the second element, which is free will. As mentioned, this is sometimes given as a characteristic of the image of God. Other times, it is reasoned out as a necessity. People must be able to act on their own, otherwise it could be said that God caused or determined their disobedience. Without free will, how could God be justified in punishing Adam and Eve? The third element is their disobedience. Obviously, they were told not to eat from the tree and they did it. This is sometimes attributed to pride, a mistake, or misunderstanding. And the act is, or sometimes the decision before the act, is known as the first sin, and some say that this brought sin into the world. The fourth element is that Adam and Eve were corrupted. This is used to explain why there seems to be so much sin in the world and why people tend to make the wrong choice. This idea centers around the phrase, their eyes were opened. Origen says that these were the eyes of sense, and Augustine says they now know the difference between the good that they were experiencing and the evil into which they had fallen. Many early theologians were influenced by Plato's idea of the duality of humans, and so for them, this idea of corruption means that the higher powers of the body have lost control over the lower powers. Corruption also forms the basis for the doctrine of original sin, which is that all humans being born have inherited a sinful nature. Augustine and Calvin and Luther all write that humans are born tainted with sin and that we are naturally evil. For them, we are condemned because of Adam and Eve's actions. Not everyone, though, was comfortable with this interpretation, and Jacobus Arminius rejected the condemnation part of original sin. Pelagius completely rejected all parts of original sin, but his views, of course, were deemed heretical. And so the standard interpretation has been that because of the corruption, humans can do no good on their own. The final element of the standard interpretation is that Adam and Eve were punished. Chrysostom describes the punishment as their life will now be lived in a way that is opposite to their former one. Nothing will be easy and painless any longer. The punishment extended to the rest of creation as well, and according to Pseudo-Macarius, when Adam, as the head of creation, fell, all fell with him. So remember, creation stories try to explain facts about human nature and provide guidance about what our life and goal could be. The Genesis story offers an explanation about our everyday experience of being good creatures, but we continue to fall short. It shows us that we can attain that ideal state. So in summary, the standard interpretation explains that humans use their free will to do something wrong, that we're now corrupted, and that this is passed through all generations. The prelapsarian psychology of Adam and Eve tends to be defined by a pureness of or well-ordered psychological traits, whereas the post-lapsarian psychology includes these traits, but of a lesser or corrupted quality. Here's the problem with that standard interpretation. The problem is that it seems to assume a post-lapsarian psychology in a pre-lapsarian psyche. Instead of letting the story inform their view about what they see in the world, some theologians have let what they see in the world inform their view about the story of Adam and Eve, and then use that interpretation to affirm their original view of human nature. There are three core issues or claims that the problem is centered around. The first of these is psychological capability. Humans have free will and were capable of sinning. Adam and Eve were not programmed robots, and they were able to make their own decisions. The second is the knowledge they lacked. What was it? The fruit was from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, but what does that mean? If they didn't know the difference between good and evil, how could God be morally justified in punishing them when they disobeyed? And if they did know the difference between it, then what was the knowledge that the tree gave them? And we come to the third issue, which is the role of the serpent. Did Adam and Eve need a third party to bring the option of breaking the law to their attention? Or were they capable of that on their own? So again, how could a pre-fall psychology sin in the first place? And what did the fall do? Traditional solutions to the problems. The traditional solution typically begins with a discussion of what sin is. Major traditions in Christianity have taught that sin is a disease, a powerful force that infects everything. They teach that Adam and Eve infected themselves with it, psychologically changing the nature of all people to come. Inevitably, this leads to discussions of pride, which is typically viewed as the first sin. Championed by Calvin and Luther, Augustine was one of the first to explicitly give pride this title. However, the theme can be traced in the much earlier writings of Chrysostom, Ephraim the Syrian, and Athanasius. The traditional solution says that pride caused Adam and Eve to disobey. But where did that pride come from? There are two possible explanations. Either pride was introduced to Adam and Eve, or it already existed within them. It was either novel or nascent. If pride is novel, then the serpent plays a necessary role in introducing it to Adam and Eve. Pseudo-Macarius and Tatian were proponents of this view. Never exposed to the serpent's way of thinking, Adam and Eve would never have chosen to do what God commanded them to not. This still, however, does not justify the punishment of Adam and Eve, since they would only be aware of their changed nature after they ate from the tree. The other way of thinking about pride in human nature is that it was nascent. Nascent describes pride as a characteristic within Adam and Eve that God directly created. This explanation has two subcategories, evitable and inevitable. Pride is nascent but evitable means that even though existing within them, it did not have to lead to a fall. Diadochus believes that if kept within a certain limit, their internal desires would not lead them to disobedience. In the story, the serpent recognizes these desires and presses Adam and Eve to act on them. Nascent inevitable, however, says that the fall was unavoidable. Ephraim and Augustine were proponents of this view. Interestingly, Augustine says that the fall had to happen so that future souls would know the consequences of giving in to their proud souls. But this doesn't make any sense. If the fall gave future souls pride, then you didn't need the fall, because if it didn't happen, there would be no future proud souls to need the example of what would happen if they acted on that. However, saying souls are proud from the beginning doesn't seem right either, because why would God create a being with a characteristic that would cause their fall and then punish them for acting in accordance with their nature? The main problem this way of understanding has is its treatment of sin. Earlier, I described the traditional way of thinking about sin as something that infected Adam and Eve and was brought into the world by their action. This now infects all of us. However, this is completely moved away from the original Hebrew understanding. Sin isn't something that moves in. It is something that is moved into. Sin is all about relationship. To say something is a sin seems to speak to an intrinsic quality of whatever that thing is. But because whether or not something is a sin is wholly dependent upon extrinsic qualities, the relationship of the people surrounding that action, no thing can be sin. And sin simply describes a different way of relating to another, a wrong way, or a wrong relation. So now we come to my proposed solution. My proposed solution is to describe sin only as a state. It is a state of wrong relationship. Again, this is opposed to the traditional way of thinking that sin can be an action, a disease, or some kind of infection. Supported by the story of Adam and Eve, this way of thinking avoids the problems associated with how humans could disobey in the first place, the knowledge they gained from the tree, and the issue of punishment. In this context, when we go back and look only at what the text reveals about human nature, we find four characteristics. These are free will, persuadability, the ability to desire, and worshipfulness, which, when paired with the fifth characteristic from human history, malleability, offer a complete picture of human nature. So what was the original state that is described in the stories like? These stories show us that Adam and Eve lived in perfect harmony with a completely good creation. This good, John Cassian says, is something they would have known about even without the comparison of evil. We see their free will in the act of choosing to disobey God. This is heightened by Eve's deliberation. She took in new information from the serpent, weighed it against what she already knew, and made a choice. This also speaks to their persuadability, that with new information and counsel from the serpent, they would do something they wouldn't have done on their own. The events of the fall show that humans were created with the ability to desire, because the serpent got Eve to imagine a way of being different beyond what she was already experiencing. and then she chose that way of life. So here we have an Adam and Eve living in a state of unadulterated goodness, fulfilling every aspect and every expectation of their creation. From Bonhoeffer, we know that they were created free for the worship of the Creator, which is, according to him, what the image of God did. And this is the worshipfulness aspect of human nature. So Adam knew of nothing outside of God's will. They were wholly aware of God's goodness and able to experience it. Luther says that Adam and Eve knew of God and his goodness and lived a life free of all dangers and happy in the favor of God. This influence on them is why they only acted within God's will. So in this state, how was sin possible? It would take a second influence on them to get them to go outside the will of God. And this is the role that the serpent plays. To get Adam and Eve to be against God, Bonhoeffer says that the serpent had to make the disobedience appear as a new way of being for God. It could only work, and Adam and Eve could only act within the framework of what they already knew, the framework of God's goodness. For Bonhoeffer, humans in the image of God can only understand the serpent's claim that they will be like God as a way to better and more fully worship God. So Adam and Eve, doing something they thought was good, sinned. Again, how is that possible? It's because sin in this context is a God standard. The words good and bad, however, are human standards. And so to call something good or bad describes only what humanity thinks about a thing. A thing can be at the same time bad and not a sin, or good and a sin. And so Adam and Eve did something wrong, but they thought it was good. So what are the implications of this? Did God punish Adam and Eve for doing what they thought was good? No. In stepping outside of God's will, Adam and Eve placed themselves into a new state of relationship with God, the state of sin. The consequences of this naturally followed, just like a rubber ball naturally bounces when it is dropped. God, in punishing them, is simply relating to them the new realities of life in this state. This solves the problem of how God could be morally justified in punishing them. They simply were not punished. So, what are the new effects on human nature? Again, all sin is a state of wrong or broken relationship. Because of this, it has no being, it has no presence, and it has no power. No power to effect change, and no power to corrupt. Human beings then and now do not have a corrupted nature or a changed nature. So why does it seem like we do? This brings us to the fifth and final aspect of human nature, malleability. History shows us that humans tend to do what they tend to do. We are habit forming, and with Pelagius, we can say that it appears we are corrupted only because of the long history of doing bad things makes it easy for us to continue doing those things. While a person could do all good things, it is highly unlikely because of the influence on us in this state and because of our continued participation in imperfect earthly systems. So the story of Adam and Eve reveals that humans were created as worshipers, rational and with free will, the capability of desire, and the ability to be persuaded. We are also malleable creatures, which makes it hard for us to break long-held habits. What does this matter? Why is it important that sin is only a state and that there is no corruption? It allows us to go beyond what happened and to ask, beyond what happened and to ask why it happened. It allows us to see that people are more a product of their environment than a product of their DNA. Sin as a state starts with the idea that it was a change in the environment of Adam and Eve that caused them to disobey. The influence of the serpent, not a predisposition or disposition within them, was the cause. It allows us to look beyond the fact that someone did something wrong and ask, why did they do it? Viewing sin as a state is crucial to understanding and fixing the problems that we all face. Thank you.
Great. Do we have any questions for Mason? Yes.
Sometimes people will defend something they've done by saying, well, I'm only human or I'm not perfect or something like that. So do you think that sometimes the
Yeah, I guess you can look at it that way and say that I think some people probably do. Other people may look at it, something bad that someone has done and then use that as a reason, well, they're beyond help or that sort of thing, when the reality is, none of us are. And so, yeah, I think possibly. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Tell me about how your thinking may have evolved in terms of action within the state of sin, creating positive or negative consequences going forward.
Yeah, so what I learned with this project and analyzing the story of Adam and Eve is that there are two states of existence that people typically live in, that within God's will and then outside of God's will. And that outside of God's will, there are these influences and stuff that influence us to do the things that we tend to associate with being bad. So again, to your question about positive or negative, like I said in the thing, we do not have any sort of changed nature from Adam and Eve. We are actually, like if you take the stories literally, then you would say that a person has the same exact nature as Adam and Eve did when they were created. And so we're not corrupted or anything like that. The only reason, again, why it seems that we do all those things is because of the influence of the sin state and the imperfect systems that we live in, and the long habit of doing bad things throughout human history. And so it's not just our long habit of doing bad things, it's the long habit of the people before us and the people before us and the traditions and ways of thinking that are passed down to us. And so because we do not have any sort of change in nature, it is possible, well, let me go back and say that people will use the idea of a changed nature to say that people cannot do any good. But again, as I just pointed out, we don't have a changed nature, and so it is possible for us to do all good things. It is possible to do something that is completely good. Again, it's unlikely, but you can do those things, but because of the other influences of the sin state, we do something good, but then the effect that it has down the line is still affected by that state, and so it doesn't always end up having the outcome that we would like it to have.
Anyone else? Oh, Dr. Webster.
Mason, you surveyed so many theologians and scholars and fathers of the church. That was amazing. You brought together so much information. In your scholarship, did you come across scholars talking about gender? Or about, because you talk about Adam and Eve and you always put them together.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the nature of, because we often hear, like when I think of Adam and Eve's story, to me it's very much a story about gender.
Right.
Did any, in your research, did you find any of the fathers of the church or other theologians talking about, like, blaming Eve?
Yeah, in my paper, I briefly mentioned a little bit about that. I didn't today, but I did come across some that talked about, the reason why Eve chose to eat from the apple. So like what I say in the papers, comes from Bonhoeffer, and that, they're created to worship, and so she thought that it would be a better way to worship God because she would be more like God, and so that would create a deeper connection between them. Of course, that wasn't the case. But others have said that the reason Eve chose to eat from the apple is because she wanted to be above the one who was created as above her, so above Adam. And so Eve, was tired of being subservient and wanted to have a higher station in life. I don't think that's right, of course, so I don't spend much time on it. In the paper, I do point out, this is something that people have said, but, that's a bit of it, that is a stretch and isn't supported by any evidence in the text, but yes.
Anyone else? Last question? Anyone else? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm struck by this is great. I was struck by the definition of sin as relationship, and this is all centered on. I'm taking it because we would only study theologians' relationship with God, and people who are atheists who don't believe in God also talk about ethics that
Yeah, so people interpret the stories of Genesis different ways, and you'll read people who interpret the Garden of Eden as a previous state of innocence, maybe from like when we were babies and didn't know about morals and that sort of thing, and so that previous state of innocence, and then we learn all this new information, and that is our fall, and so that's what the fall represents in the story. This idea of sin as a state comes from the Jewish encyclopedia. And so it's the original kind of Hebrew understanding of what sin is. And it doesn't have to apply only to a person to God relationship. It applies to any relationship, because any relationship that we have can be placed into wrong relationship. So if Trey and I, you had something and I wronged Trey, then I have put our relationship into sin according to that idea. And so I've got to do something to repair that. And that is also an important thing too, is that sin in the original understanding never had any concept of permanence either. So I've broken this relationship with Trey, but I can always get back to that original state. And so it doesn't have to specifically be between a person and God, be between people and people. So yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you, Mason, so much. We are going to have about a 20-minute intermission, and then we'll be back. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to session 2. We're about to get started here in a minute. I'll be moderating this session. I'm Victoria Richard, and I'm, like y'all, ready to get started. First up, we have Andrew Lott. He has an honors in mathematics, new and old results in Ramsey theory, and additive combinatorics.
How do I do like full screen with this? What is it? There we go. All right, so my thesis is about Ramsey theory and additive combinatorics. So Ramsey theory is the study of patterns and sets that are indestructible under finite partition. And by finite partition, we usually think of that as a coloring of the set. So you take a set and you assign a color to each of the elements, say like red and blue, right? Now an example of like a pattern in a set are these things called Shor triples. They're solutions to the equation A plus B equals C. So examples are 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus 2 equals 3, and so on. And the first example we have is we're going to color the set 1, 2, 3, 4 in red and blue. And we're going to look for monochromatic solutions to A plus B equals C. So here's the particular coloring we've chose. We've colored 1 and 4 blue and 2 and 3 red. Here are the Shor triples that are in this set. And as we see, there isn't a single Shor triple that falls within one of the color classes. And so in this way, we have a finite partition or coloring of 1, 2, 3, 4, which has destroyed this pattern. Well, what about colorings of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in red and blue? It turns out that no matter how we do this, we're going to have a monochromatic Shor triple. So this pattern is indestructible under colorings of red and blue of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And to prove this, we're going to attempt to construct a coloring of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in red and blue, which does not contain a monochromatic Shor triple, and we'll come to a contradiction. So first off, we might as well color 1 blue. So if we're trying to avoid monochromatic Shor triples, then 2 has to be red, or else 1 plus 1 equals 2 would be a monochromatic Shor triple in blue. Similarly, now that we've colored 2 red, 4 has to be blue, or else 2 plus 2 equals 4 would be a monochromatic Shor triple in red. And now we see that 5 has to be red or else 1 plus 4 equals 5 would be a monochromatic Shor triple in blue. But now what color is left for 3? Well, 1 plus 3 equals 4, and 1 and 4 are blue, so 3 can't be blue. 2 plus 3 is 5, 2 and 5 are red, so 3 can't be red. So there's no color left for 3. This is our contradiction. So it's impossible to color 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a way that avoids monochromatic Shor triples. We're going to have one no matter what. Now, what if we look for monochromatic, or what if we consider Shor 4 tuples, solutions to A plus B plus C equals D, or Shor 5 tuples, solutions to A plus C plus D equals E? And what if we use more than 2 colors, so maybe like red, green, blue, or 4 colors, red, green, blue, orange? And there's a theorem called Shor's theorem, which addresses Shor tuples of any length and any number of colors. And here's the statement of Shor's theorem. So let R and K be natural numbers. R is the number of colors, K is the length of the Shor tuple. There exists a natural number such that every R coloring of 1 through that number contains a monochromatic Shor K tuple. In particular, there is a smallest such number denoted S of RK. It's a Shor number. In our example, R was 2 and K was 3. And we determined that S of 2, 3 was 5. So a couple of summers ago, I was doing the research program with Dr. Rice, and he taught us Shor's theorem. And I asked whether it could be extended to integer lattices. And we actually did a whole project on this, and we published a paper. And so the idea is this. So if you have 2 points, say like in the plane, with integer coordinates, say 1, 1, and 1, 2, we can compute their sum coordinate-wise by like adding the x coordinates and adding the y coordinates to get a new point. So in this case, 1, 1 plus 1, 2 is 2, 3. So we say that 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2, 3 is a Shor triple in the plane. And in the same way, we can define Shor tuples in like d dimensions. So in 3 dimensions, it would be triples as opposed to pairs. In 4 dimensions, it would be quadruples, and so on. And it turns out that with this sort of basic definition of a Shor k-tuple, the problem boils down to the one-dimensional case, or the original version of Shor's theorem. So we added an extra condition to make the problem more interesting. We required that the first k-1 points in the Shor k-tuple be linearly independent, which is a technical term you learn in linear algebra. Basically, like n points in n dimensions are linearly independent if they like sort of like fill in dimensional space, roughly speaking. And so we came to like an analogous theorem to like the original Shor's theorem, but in higher dimensions, and it's displayed here. But the fun part of this project to me was the computations. So we used this thing called a SAT solver to compute higher dimensional Shor numbers, and we focused on 2 dimensions. So these are points like in the XY plane, and we were looking for non-degenerate Shor triples in 2 dimensions. This is actually a coloring of the 6x6 integer lattice, which contains no monochromatic non-degenerate Shor triple. And we also conducted a computation to show that any 2 coloring of the 7x7 integer lattice contains monochromatic non-degenerate Shor triple. We did the same thing with 3 colorings. And here we actually determined that the answer is 18. So we found a coloring of the 17x17 lattice, a 3 coloring of the 17x17 lattice with no monochromatic non-degenerate Shor triple, and we showed that any 3 coloring of the 18x18 lattice contains a monochromatic non-degenerate Shor triple. Now, to sort of put the magnitude of this computation into perspective, in the 18x18 lattice, there are 324 points, and so the number of possible 3 colorings is 3 to the 324, which is more than the number of atoms in the observable universe. And so somehow, we had to address every one of those possibilities. And, that's where the SAT solver came in. It's a very powerful, like, modern computational technique. And we actually were able to use the supercomputer at Ole Miss to do some of these computations. And it's actually available to any student at a college in Mississippi can use the supercomputer at Ole Miss. You just have to contact them, which is cool. We also did some computations with four colorings in the plane as well. And one of the neat things about these pictures is that they're not quite symmetric. They're a little messy. I think that makes them a little more interesting. Okay, the second half of my paper is about additive combinatorics, which is it's similar in that we're dealing with patterns and we're trying to preserve those patterns, but in additive combinatorics, or at least in this branch of additive combinatorics, we're seeing whether the pattern is preserved in a sufficiently dense subset of the natural numbers. And by sufficiently dense, we mean that the set takes up a positive proportion of the natural numbers in the appropriate sense. So for example, the even numbers have density 1/2 because every other positive integer is even. The multiples of 3 have density 1/3. A 3-term arithmetic progression is a set of 3 distinct positive integers which are evenly spaced apart. So these are some examples. 1, 2, 3, the spacing is 1, 2, 5, 8. the spacing is 3, 5, 10, 15, spacing is 5, 100, 200, 300, spacing is 100. Roth's theorem states that any sufficiently dense subset of N contains a 3-term arithmetic progression. This is actually really difficult to prove. There's a proof of this in my paper. It takes like 10 pages, and it involves a lot of really heavy-duty calculus involving like imaginary numbers, and it's quite messy. And I actually proved a generalization of this for like solutions to a certain type of linear equation. Okay, so I woke up on Tuesday morning at like 7 a.m. and I saw this tweet from Tim Gowers, who is a Fields medalist, a world-renowned mathematician who specializes in this stuff. And he said, "Oh, look, there's this big breakthrough related to Roth's theorem." And I immediately recognized this, and I sent it to Dr. Rice, and we were talking. And he said, "I'm glad that I got you up to speed just in time to know what a big breakthrough is." And so, let's see. This is what they did. So, in my paper, I prove my statement of Roth's theorem. It's a quantitative statement that actually implies what I said a couple slides ago. But I get an upper bound on sets that contain no 3 APs, and it involves this log-log term. And log-log n, actually, it escapes to infinity, but it does so very slowly. And so we would rather have and because it does that very slowly, 50 over log-log n is large, right? And we want a smaller upper bound. And these guys, Kelly and Mecca, were able to replace the log 50 over log-log n with e to the negative log n to the c, which is a much better bound. And it actually turns out that by this thing called the Barron construction, this is like about as well as you could possibly do. And mathematicians have been trying to accomplish this for something like 70, 80 years. Yeah, but all right, that's my paper. Okay. And I want to thank my advisor, Dr. Rice, and the readers, Dr. Nicholson and Dr. Selman, my family and friends. And so, thank you.
Any questions for Andrew? I don't think I would be capable of answering them.
This may be impossible to answer in this setting, but as you were going to your 17 by 17 and 18 by 18 matrix, I quickly came to the conclusion that the number of possibilities that you have to check is getting wildly unmanageable.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the strategy for your computational package that I could understand?
Yeah, so what you do is you convert the coloring problem into a large logical expression of Boolean variables connected by ands and ors. And the computer tries to crunch that logical expression down into a contradiction. So for instance, like if A is a logical statement, then a contradiction would be like A and not A, which would mean like A is both true and not true. And it does that in a really efficient way. So.
That helps me a bunch.
Good.
I have a quick question. Regarding this computational stuff, you use the word E a lot.
Yeah.
What would you say my role was in that process?
In this project, you didn't do much, but I think in math when we write, we use first person plural. It's just the convention, and I think it sort of shows the collaborative nature of math, which I really like.
That's the answer I was looking for.
Okay.
I think we had a question down here.
I've got a different kind of question. When did you know, or when did your parents know that you had this mathematical gift or brain or interest?
Yeah, so for me, it started in the 7th grade when I did a middle school math competition called Math Counts. And my teacher at the time, Mr. Olar, really inspired me. Yeah, and so ever since then, I've really loved math, and yeah.
Got one over here.
Talk about math being collaborative. I'm interested in like the building, like in the same way that maybe Victoria's paper takes other scholars and quotes them. Like explain to the English people how math works like that.
Yeah, so I actually have a pretty extensive references page, and so like for instance, I quoted Shor's theorem, and in my references, I actually have like the original paper from like the 19-teens. But in terms of like, what does mathematical research look like? Well, most of the time it's just like, one or several mathematicians at a whiteboard or with, pencil and paper. There's not a lot of like lab equipment or anything like that. Yeah.
Any more questions for Andrew? Izzy.
You mentioned you went to a database in Oxford. How do you think, you just mentioned the whiteboard and paper, that technology has helped to advance our understanding of math and scientific data?
Yeah, so, that's an interesting question. And especially now with the rise of really powerful computational techniques like, ChatGPT just came out, we have like AI and everything. Mathematicians are working towards creating automatic proof checkers. A program that can take a really complicated mathematical proof written and check it step by step. That's actually a really difficult problem, but it's really important.
I think we have time for one more question. In the back, Brittany.
I have a question. So, what is your next steps in research for mathematics?
Oh, yeah, so I will attend a math PhD program next year. I don't know which one yet, but I'm really excited about that.
All right, give it up for Andrew. Up next, we have Madalyn Burke. She has an honors in communication, and her presentation is titled Fake News, Old News.
Good morning, everybody. I am Madalyn Burke, and I'll be presenting my thesis is Fake News, Old News, which was done under the guidance of the communication program and with the help of my first reader, Dr. Glenn Wood. So, if you have social media or you watch the news, you've probably heard about fake news. It's just about everywhere. Well, as I started to look into this, I wanted to know the definition. So fake news is defined as misleading or false information presented as accurate news. Today, people are more connected than ever with social media. And many people feel that social media is the reason that fake news has become so prevalent in our society. These types of discussions are what led me to my research question. I wanted to find out if fake news was a product of social media or an ongoing issue with human beings and communication mediums. I also wanted to investigate why people had faith in the mediums despite knowing it could contain fake news. To do this, I had to find a communication medium that was similar to social media and popular during a similar social climate. I ended up choosing to compare broadcasting in the 1930s to Twitter in the 2010s. I quickly found out that the spread of fake news in communication mediums is not due to the medium or the decade. Instead, it is human beings' dependence on communication mediums. Human beings have a supervening social necessity for information, education, and entertainment. Both Twitter and radio broadcasting delivers these three things to users. Therefore, they find the medium trustworthy and credible even when it is not. So, how did I get to this conclusion? First, I can explain my method. The method that I used was cultural determinism. Cultural determinism refers to the way that society has propelled technology to advance and develop. Human beings need things from technology, therefore they're driving technology. However, I did integrate into my research technological determinism in the theory of medium theory to show the differences between radio broadcasting and social broadcasting. Medium theory focuses more on technology than culture. The focus of this study was not on the content of fake news, but how fake news is spread and received by society. Similarly, Twitter and the radio, I focused on the broadcast capability of both, not the box set or the coding of the mediums. Through understanding these two mediums, one can understand how fake news spreads through them. I also used Ian Hodder's entanglement theory to understand the relationship between human beings and mass media technology. Hodder uses the theory that humans and things are entangled to one another. They're dependent on one another. This can begin to explain why society has a dependency on communication mediums to deliver information, education, and entertainment. These three things are the supervening social necessity of society. A supervening social necessity is a need from society that drives them to develop and advance technology to meet those needs. Why radio? Radio broadcasting in the 1930s was the first form of simultaneous and instantaneous mass media transmission of information to a large group of people. It allowed millions of people to listen and receive the same information at the same time, no matter their location. In the 1930s, it was recorded that over 12 million households owned a radio set. The different types of content that were broadcast on the radio were examined, as well as the relationship of society with the medium. Why Twitter? Social broadcasting refers to the aspect of social media where messages are broadcast to a large group of people in a non-private setting. This is seen on Twitter through the posting of tweets to the public feed. Tweets are broadcast for all users to see. It does not matter whether there is a mutual following between the two users unless an account is private. Twitter allows users to interact with one another through the medium by liking, retweeting, and commenting on tweets. This creates a unidirectional relationship within the app. Twitter allows information that is broadcast on their medium to be user-generated. While this can be very enticing for users, it also means that Twitter is not always the most credible source of information. I focused on two arguments when defending why fake news is not new. The first is that the spreading of fake news is a societal issue, not a medium issue. This comes from human beings' innate dependency and supervening social necessity to receive information, education, and entertainment. The dependency aspect comes from society's entanglement with communication mediums. The issue is not the medium, it is the users. Therefore, fake news has been able to thrive from before the radio to present day. The second argument I make is that the trust and credibility that society finds in the medium is why fake news can spread. I not only show how trust and credibility is formed on the medium, but how it leads to fake news. Basic trust is a trust created on the radio through a security and familiarity with the medium, while authentic trust is formed on Twitter through a balance of trust and distrust of the medium. Society finds credibility in the two mediums through familiarity, trustworthiness, expertise, and attractiveness. The trust and credibility that society puts in the mediums allows the users to be fooled by fake news. People are so trusting of the mediums, they never stop to wonder, is this real? Is it true? This comes to tie in my two arguments. The trust, credibility, and dependency that society has on communication mediums is the reason fake news has been able to thrive and flourish from the 1930s to the 2010s. To best explain and exhibit these two concepts, I use two historical events. The War of the Worlds broadcast aired on October 30th, 1938 at 8 p.m. For any listener that tuned in at exactly 8 o'clock, they would hear the introduction stating that this broadcast would be a live reading of Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, followed by a short plot setup. However, anyone who tuned in more than 2 minutes in would be greeted by a fake news broadcast, followed by an alien invasion, with no understanding that the alien invasion was fake news. This sent many people into a panic, some even fleeing their homes in their pajamas, telling everyone on the streets what they had just heard. This is a prime example of how fake news spread through the radio in the 1930s. On December 29, 2016, a fake BBC account tweeted that the Queen had died at the age of 90. The tweet read as follows: "Breaking. Buckingham Palace announces the death of Queen Elizabeth II at the age of 90. Circumstances are unknown, more to follow." It also included a formal picture of the Queen. The tweet came just days after the Queen had missed a formal engagement from feeling under the weather. As soon as it was posted, users began to like it, retweet it, and comment on it. Users were posting pictures of people crying and running to Buckingham Palace to see if it was real. It only took minutes after the tweet was tweeted before it could be debunked. On top of it spreading through the app, people began showing it to their family members who didn't even have Twitter, creating even more of a panic. In both situations, fake news was spread and believed by users because of the trust, credibility, and dependency the mediums delivered. Because the mediums deliver reliable, instantaneous, simultaneous information, education, and entertainment, people are so trusting of them. Both events, even though 78 years apart, show how communication mediums allow users the perfect platform to share and receive fake news. My research has shown that fake news is nothing new. It is only an effect of the dependency, credibility, and trust that society puts into communication mediums. It is not the medium that is the issue, it is the users. Human beings need to receive information, education, and entertainment, however possible, and whether it be real news or fake news. Thank you so much, and a special thank you to Dr. Glenwood, Dr. Franny, and Dr. Prinshaw for all their help with me through this.
All right, thank you so much, Madalyn. Do we have any questions?
But isn't it more insidious now than it was in the 1930s because of the ability to perpetuate the fake news by way of Twitter to continue liking it, continue spreading it along than it had in the 1930s, which makes it so dangerous today versus in the 1930s?
That's a very interesting point you bring up, and that's something I looked into. So basically, the main difference that we saw is that in the 1930s, it was more done through word of mouth. So people were not using the medium of the radio or the television or the newspaper to help perpetuate it. They instead would go out into their communities and talk about it with one another. Compared to now, it happens within the medium more compared to happening outside of the medium. So it's basically what we saw, where I guess it's just more medium focused now compared to being the medium and word of mouth.
But that gives you a much less of a population, much smaller group, doesn't it, than you have now. So you can have millions and millions of people that are exposed to this fake news, where you certainly did not have that in the 1930s.
You have a little bit, my research showed a little bit of both. I went all the way back to like Cicero's network in 51 BC, and that was a way that people actually talking about things was kind of getting the same level of information that the social media would, because they were sending letters to one another. And in these letters, if one letter was messed up, then in the same situation, millions of people were getting false information. So it kind of just depends on the medium and the type of the medium and the time that it's being used.
I think we have a question over here, and then we'll go over here.
I wonder if there's a lesson to be learned from this. As you think about, or come across anything, or War of the Worlds, we look back at that, how stupid were people? Are people learning from Twitter that it's not dependable? And then to follow up on that, and the previous question, now we have AI, now we have, there are new technologies, or is this all about Peavey's thing about relationship and sin, and we're just flawed? Is there any hope? Is there any optimism?
Okay, so it was really, really interesting. In my research, I actually found out that people are more knowing that they're consuming fake news, but they don't care. So in one statistic I found, it was like 7 in 10 people know that social media generates fake news and that they're consuming false information, yet they continue to use it anyway and receive their news through it. So I think from our research, we as a society are maybe more knowledgeable to that the fact that we could consume fake news, but we're not changing anything.
Okay, I think we had a question over here.
Yeah, you could talk about the human need for information, but it seems to me what's going on here is something much more fundamental than that, that I'm not hearing the need to identify the group. Because the most outlandish stuff that we heard that people do not reject, they do not reject because it somehow affirms their identity.
Mm-hmm.
I have a brother-in-law who was of a particular political persuasion, but his need to identify with every single one of those crazy, Pizzagate type phenomena that would be broadcast on Twitter overrode. He's a smart guy, but it overrode his intelligence because he needed somehow to believe in that information. So, what if you, this sort of tribalism aspect, did you look into that?
Probably the deepest I got into that was Ian Hodder's like entanglement theory, which is like our need and like our dependency to things. And some of that does go into like groups. Like he looks at more of like the human beings and like our innate needs as a human being. And one of those things is to be like connected to one another and connected through things. And so that's about as deep as I tried to stay out of anything about like the types of fake news. Like I categorized fake news as one big group. I didn't look at what it was. It malinformation, misinformation, was it this politics or that politics? So I did look at the need, but Ian Hodder's theory is the deepest got into it if you're looking at that. But it is very interesting how far people can go down a rabbit hole of understanding things. I even created a little bit of fake news about Millsaps and sent it to some of my friends. And it was a fake news article that there is a streaker on campus. And they believed it, and they texted me back and were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this happened. And I was like, yeah, y'all all just believe fake news. Not a single one of you clicked the link. So you can make anybody believe anything.
Another question? Over here.
So you mentioned it was a individual problem, not a, platform problem. Do you have, in your research, did you find anything to, I guess, mitigate fake news without the act of silencing people and using, the word leaves me, but without enforcing certain rules that would silence people's freedom of speech? Is there any way for mediums to prevent fake news or try to mitigate it?
Mm-hmm. I did research a lot about what Twitter is doing to like mitigate it and try to get rid of fake news on their mediums. A big thing is like, from all my research, is that people just need to be educated, and it's going to come down to us like actually looking into a source and reading something before we click. That was a big thing, is that I saw a lot of articles pushing people to, hey, before you click and share, make sure you click and read to the very bottom and understand. But Twitter has started doing things such as they'll put a little note at the top that says this may be false or misleading information, or they may say this pertains to something to get, the United States government stance, please click, this link. So I think things like that are maybe not silencing people, but are like prompting people to official sources, and then just educating people on how to find official sources is going to mitigate it the most.
If there's not any more questions, I actually have a question. So I'm curious, if it's ultimately up to our individual ethics, do you think we can ever solve the problem of fake news?
I personally don't think so. I think if fake news we have record of it being around since Cicero's network in 51 BC, and we're all the way in 2023 and we're still dealing with it, that we're probably not going to be able to get through it. Something may happen. I don't know. I can't predict the future. And we may all come together and say, hey, we would rather receive, true and authentic news and accurate news than just information, education, entertainment, but I don't see it happening anywhere in the near future. But that's my personal opinion from my research.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. All right, next up we have Samuel Talbott. He has an honors in history. The title of his thesis is Political Stability and Transition in the Merovingian Kingdom.
All right, good morning, everyone. So we're going to be stepping fairly substantially back in time and dealing with the Merovingian kingdoms. So, as a background, the Merovingian Franks are a successor state to the Roman Empire. They show up around 500 CE after a king named Clovis carves out a large kingdom through the area of what's nowadays France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany. For the next 150 years or so, it's in a state of more or less controlled chaos. We see frequent political power struggles and civil wars, but the overall Frankish domain remains relatively stable. A decline begins among the Merovingian monarchy at around 640 CE. We start to see a substantial loss of political power from the kingship, and the dynasty is eventually overthrown and replaced with the Carolingian dynasty at about 750. Curiously, though, the kingdom itself remains largely intact through this decline and is inherited intact by those Carolingians. My thesis is that the decentralization of the Frankish kingdom's power and legitimacy allows these basic political systems to survive in spite of that ruling dynasty's collapse. We have very few sources from this period. The two that we're going to be working with mostly are Gregory of Tours, a bishop from Tours who finished his work in about 591, and Fredegar, who assembled a chronicle of Frankish history leading up to about 642. We're going to be going over the three main aspects of the Merovingian power. We have royal, military, and religious branches of the government. Then we're going to hit the decline of the Merovingian monarchy and the contrasting survival of the Frankish state. So this is our basic structure for the Merovingian government. It's a lot to take in all at once, so we're going to be breaking this down a piece at a time. But I want everyone to keep an eye on the three key sections: the royal, military, and ecclesiastical parts of the government. So royal power is focused in the king. At the time, it would be referred to as a rex in Latin, and unlike the more traditional interpretation of what a king is meant to be, there are almost always multiple reges wandering around during this period. The map that we saw earlier is rarely a unified element. We'll see multiple independent kingdoms that are frequently in struggle or at war with one another, each ruled by its own independent king. This is chaotic and generates a lot of conflict, but it's also a form of stability for the kingdom. The death or incompetence of a single rex is rarely enough to seriously damage the entire political entity. Now, the rex is over the entire kingdom, but he also has a small private bureaucracy that he runs personally. This is mostly minor officials who take care of his finances or properties, but one official in particular should be kept forward an eye on going forward. That's the major domus. He, under normal circumstances, just runs the king's household, but that won't stay the case forever, and he'll gain substantially more power as we move forward. So returning to our chart, we can fill in our royal section of the structure. We have the rex sitting atop the entire political structure with the major domus and a slew of smaller officials filling in his personal power base. Beyond this, we have the military section. This is mostly split between two key offices. The dux which is Latin for commander, essentially, and will eventually evolve into the title of Duke, is a high-level regional commander. He'll be in command of large military operations, have a kind of district command over forces in the region, and will be one of the key political operatives for the Frankish kings. At a lower level is the comes. In Latin, this means companion, and will eventually evolve into the title of count. Generally, a comes is based around a single city, and multiple comites will operate within the territory of a single dux. Critically, however, the comes is not subordinate to the dux. Both the dux and comes will operate their own private military forces, and both are appointed by and report back directly to the king. The dux has no direct power over a comes. These direct links to the king are also the royalty's way of ensuring political loyalty and ensuring that the forces under their command are kept accountable to the monarchy. So as an example for this, we're going to look at a gentleman named Nicetius. He starts out his career as the comes of Clermont-Ferrand. After a while, he is fired. We're not exactly sure why, but the king decides to remove him from his position and install a new comes. However, Nicetius comes back and offers the appropriate bribes to the king and gets a promotion out of it. He becomes the dux of the region, meaning that he's the dux over Clermont-Ferrand, as well as Rodez and Uzès. Now, notably, the comes of Clermont-Ferrand that was installed in his place is still there, still functioning, doing his business as usual. And presumably, there are also another comes in Rodez and Uzès. But Nicetius is now the dux, the overall regional commander who has his own forces moving throughout the whole region. So returning to our chart, we have our dux. He is our overall regional commander. A comes, lower level, controlling an area centered around a city, and the regional forces that they both command independently and both answer back to the rex. The final section is our ecclesiastical section. This is the kingdom's religious power. The main office here is the bishop. He's going to be sitting atop a church bureaucracy inside cities, but he is the key political actor for the religious branch of the kingdom's government. The bishop is a political appointment. The king will decide who is bishop in any given city, and often he won't choose a member of the church. He'll sometimes choose former military officials who have reached retirement age and can't be on the battlefield anymore. Political loyalty is paramount here. Because the bishop is perceived as the public's relationship to God, they have enormous personal legitimacy, and the church structure has enormous legitimacy. There's rarely any issue where the public will go against the church. Because of this and the sort of crude bureaucracy that the bishop is sitting on, this makes them perfect candidates for an impromptu urban government, which is too complex for the military or royal branches to provide. So, returning to our chart one more time, we can fill in our bishop, who sits atop a church bureaucracy, which controls urban areas. And this gets us along to our Merovingian collapse. We see a brief period of unification in about 613 under a king named Clotaire II. This would seem to be a positive development, but ultimately this is going to spell the downfall for the Merovingian kings. This period of unification strains the personal connection that the Rex maintains with all of his officials. There's simply too many for him to take care of. He can't be everywhere at once. Under Clotaire's son, Dagobert I, the major domus, that official who generally just maintains the household, starts to gain political importance. He is being tapped to take care of some of the regions while the king is away. He's beginning to form these personal connections with major players in the kingdom. He's the one who's starting to overtake the king as the main source of sort of royal power and legitimacy. Following Dagobert's rule, the kingdom starts to split up into multiple kingdoms again, but we have a series of early royal deaths that produce child kings and child kings that are very young, often infants. And because there's no one else to rule, because there's no better system in place, the major domus is often chosen to act as regent until that king is old enough to rule. Over time, this saps the strength of the Merovingian monarchy. Going forward from about 640 until its eventual collapse in 750, there is a substantial decline of Merovingian power, and the major domus becomes the real political authority in the kingdom. In spite of this, the Frankish kingdom itself survives highly intact and thrives through this period. Military officials experience enormous personal autonomy because there's no longer direct royal oversight. And the lack of direct royal taxation creates a huge incentive for these officials to maintain the status quo. It's incredibly profitable for them. On the other side, ecclesiastical officials are also experiencing this same autonomy. Their private legitimacy means that they don't need to worry about how the royalty is viewed. The public, regardless of how the royalty or the military branches are considered, will still trust the church and will still support the church. Tying everything back together, we have, under normal circumstances, a series of Merovingian reges who rule multiple independent kingdoms. They have military and ecclesiastical officials within those kingdoms who hold substantial private power. The king's personal lines of power hold these officials accountable, and the privatization keeps these officials competent. They can't afford to hide behind a bureaucracy because there isn't one. Ultimately, unification is what destroys this power structure. Without the lines of personal relations between the king and his individual officials, he no longer wields that personal power to keep everything going and in line. But in spite of the king's collapse, the decentralization of the Frankish kingdom means that most of the actual governing work is done far below the royal level. So the kingdom carries on mostly intact and is inherited by the Carolingians thereafter. Now I'd like to offer special thanks to Drs. Yates and Gorham.
Thank you so much. All right, questions for Samuel Talbott? Yes.
So I'm wondering if, you mentioned the primary sources that you have in the 6th century, but at the 7th century. So what is it that what have scholars said before about the decline? It sounds like, are you offering a new theory as to what happened, or are you siding with a particular critic or historian who has said something similar to what you know?
Generally speaking, the historians that have studied this in the past tend to take a very narrative lens to it. They see the onset of child kings and regencies as the cause of the fall. I've tried to take a little bit of political science literature on the road and focus in on systematic issues and failures among the Merovingian kings as the cause of this destruction.
Okay, I think I saw Dr. Griffin first, and then we'll go over here.
Sam, you did a really good job describing the hierarchy of states, I guess, we call it, and political breakdown. I wonder if you could say a little something about the view from below, social conditions that support, or the material conditions that support all this structure.
It's very difficult to say. Our limited sources are extremely elite, and we get very little insight into the general public. What we can say is that the period is incredibly violent. The incentives for the elite lean towards war making, even at the expense of their own territory. Looting is primarily how they're going to fund themselves and their armed forces. So the tendency for the general public is to more suffer conditions what they must. than exercise any real political power.
Okay, over here.
Sounds very good. I'm wondering if some of the Carolingian chronicles that you were looking at as primary sources have some sort of bias toward describing Merovingians as more disorganized than they really were.
So both of the key sources I worked with were still written in the Merovingian period. We certainly do see a revisionist trend thereafter. The Carolingians evolved from the Major Domus and are interested in presenting the Merovingians in as weak, incompetent, and disorganized as they can to help justify their coup.
I think we got a question over here.
So, both of your sources seem like they're coming from earlier in the period, and you don't have anything like after 641 firing. How are you getting that information? It seems to come a little bit later.
So we do have later Carolingian sources that pop up and describe the decline, but the general gist of what they give is nothing happened. The kings exercised no power, the civil wars continued in the Major Domus, and the political conditions are mostly unchanged. And to what extent that's true and to what extent that their bias is unsure, but in terms of discovering the actual political realities of the Merovingian kingdoms when they're functioning, you have to work with earlier sources.
Thank you. Any more questions for Sam? All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Isabella Suell. She has an honors in creative writing, and her project is titled Isabel, telling the novelist's life story through poetic form.
Let's see. Interesting. All right. Hello, I'm Isabella Suell. My project is Isa Glenn's Telling a Novelist's Life Through Poetic Form. Isa Glenn is a writer from the South. She grew up in Atlanta, Georgia in 1874 through the early 19th century. Probably not using the right wording, but she was raised in kind of a upper class society. Her father was the mayor for a short time in Atlanta, and her family was, involved in a lot of socialite activity, things like she was a debutante. She often went to balls and parties, and she was in her early 20s, around her 19 years, engaged to John S. Cohen, who was a reporter for Washington in Atlanta. She did not marry John, but that will be pertinent to our later narrative in this project. She, later in her life, about 20 plus years later, marries Colonel S.J. Schindel in 1903. She has a son with Schindel named John Bayard, and he carries on her legacy in a sense. He follows in her footsteps as being a writer, and he was their only child. During her marriage to S.J. Schindel, Isa would travel with him on his deployments, and he specifically went to Manila, which is something she talks about in her writing. She is somebody who framed a lot of her stories around this experience of traveling and being an army wife and being a woman in this era of oppression and certain social stigma. She was an artist since a young age. She went to Paris to visit her cousin, James Abbott McNeill Whistler. And if you do not know who he is, he's a fairly popular painter. He's famous for his landscapes and his portraits of women. One of her first short stories is based on this experience. It's a fictionalized narrative of her time with her cousin called Cousin Butterfly. We will see a poem that is based on that story.
In her writing career, Isa published 17 short stories and 8 novels, which is fairly large for a female author, especially for a female author of her age. She was older when she started writing and publishing. She didn't do so until her husband passed away. Her son was an adult by this time, and her life was settled. She had a decent monetary setup and wasn't doing it for survival so much as having a voice and wanting to spread a certain message. Her first novel, Heat, was well received by one of the most famous critics of the time, D.H. Lawrence. They called her novel, pretty awe-inspiring and eye-opening, things of the like. The picture you see is one of the last articles written about Glenn near the end of her career. So a couple more things before we get into this. I wrote a poetry manuscript based on Glenn's life, and we can explore the nuances of that reality versus the poems. What I want to explain a little before we see the poems themselves, which I chose 3 of the 34 that were written, is that instead of just doing poetry, I decided to do like a mixed media. That means I have articles, excerpts, and some of the news clippings from throughout Glenn's life intermixed with the poetry to show you a little bit of the reality and my fictionalized interpretation of Glenn's life during the span of her years. I wanted to cover kind of from the beginning of her life to the very end. So our first poem is Now I Lay Me. This poem is considered the prerequisite to her life story. I hoped to cover a lot of bases in this poem, and I will be reading it today. The lawn is cold, afternoon rain sliding down each blade of fresh-cut grass to settle into the soil. Each step sinks, leaving tracks like the ones Pop points to on strolls through dense woods. She looks to the sky, windy fingers combing through her hair, and watches the sun tuck itself into warm horizon bed sheets. A quilt of purples and blues to match the bruise on her elbows. Stars become faint threads, weaving between gold, like the eyes of little critters peeking from behind the bushes, and pink like the blush tapped onto Mama's cheeks. The bright points of pure white excellent light up the sky like fireworks. She sticks out her tongue, waiting for the stardust to fall into her mouth. She imagines the taste lacking sugar, grown up like the wine at communion, or bland cookies dipped into bitter bean juice. Her tongue dries. She waits. Dreams dither like a small child during an adult conversation. Still, she waits. A burning film covers her eyes, muddying the technicolor visage of fading nighttime. There is no hello or sleepy smile or the pastel dawn. The tracks on her cheeks could carry trains. The North Star has ignored her pleadings to join the starlight star brights as a droplet of paint on the canvas. Envy sits, rotting in her stomach, spoiling for her the entire to-do of the nighttime performance. The stars are elites, and they care not for those whose bleeding fingers do not deftly recreate the world which only stars can see. So we'll be going into poem number 2. This is called Au Orage. This takes place around the midst of her writing career. She would be about 45, a little older. And Orage is a fellow writer and published writer. By the night may I profess sins, rank with regret and melancholy. The shadow man creates shadow words, which eases the burden of nighttime confessions, only to be viewed when the sun is asleep and unaware. There is a peculiar loneliness in the writer's mind, worlds full of overflowing daydreams without the gumption to achieve any such adventure with mine own 2 feet. To write is to bury soul that is not always one's own, yet somewhere between the first and last pages, a good writer takes a detour, merging their life with each character. Even the most honest words, rank with foul sincerity, become rosy memory. And now we're getting into the third poem. This poem takes place during Isa's time with her cousin. In the manuscript, this follows the excerpt from Cousin Butterfly. Isa, discussed a lot of things like women and art with her cousin, all things that she felt were important and he didn't agree with her on. And important to this poem specifically, her cousin encouraged her actively to stop her painting career because he decided she wasn't very talented and it would take too many years for her to become worth paying to be good at this. This would be her follow-up. My dear cousin Butterfly, my words are a testament to artistic expression. Praise from the neurotic artist feels fabricated as the scene he costumes his muses to fit within. He believed my listening lacking and my shadows in need of an engagement with light. In truth, his words did not sting, but brought forth pride to even be worthy of such well-thought critique. The burning pain of underachievement came later in the knowing, unspoken knowing of my place, kneeling forever at his pedestal. My ink drags along the page as I brush against canvas to hold him hostage beneath my art by his fancy French hat and oddly knotted tie. My reluctant muse forevermore. Bonsoir, Isa. So a little bit about my research and my writing during this project. I spent the majority of my time researching Isa Glenn, reading her works, a lot of which are out of print, and volumes that are hard to get a hand on. What you see on the page is Transport and Southern Charm. I consider these two books the ones that influenced my poetry the most. I personally think they say a lot about what Ms. Glenn was thinking and her views. Transport is some of that narrative from her time spent with her husband. It's about the women and men on a boat going to the camp that they will be spending their time at. A lot of the men on the boat are Army soldiers or higher-ranking officials, and it explains the nuances between them and their wives who have their social rank along with them. In Southern Charm, she takes a very different route. It comes out later than Transport, and Southern Charm is about 3 women. It is an older woman that grew up in Atlanta and her 2 daughters, one of which is disowned and doesn't show up until the end of the book. The other, which has a husband, a child, and lives a pretty luxurious life. They move a lot on the wife's whims. And Isa's books always make a point to, really captivate that experience for women. It talks about how women's value is just decreased the minute they age noticeably, if they outlive their husband. Southern Charm covers a lot how women in that time had to have a husband, or they didn't have friends, they didn't have social class, and they frankly weren't accepted outside of their homes. Versus Transport, which really goes into the idea of women who are wives versus women who work, something Isa did both of and was well respected for considerably. And finally, I want to go into the poetry. A lot of the poems in this manuscript cover a theme of disappointment, failure, and general distillment of hope. So Isa's books always continuously come back to this theme of you can try, but you may never succeed. And people who are really talented and very good at things might still get the short end of the stick. And really the only way to win is to accept your fate. It was an unfortunate consistency in her books and her short writings, and the most hopeful thing she ever wrote was the narrative with Whistler, where she kind of accepts that she just isn't going to be good at something and may never succeed, ironically enough playing into her writing, never quite holding the same notoriety as writers such as Eudora Welty and Virginia Woolf, who lived past their time. Isa's kind of disappeared along with her works. And with that, I will pull up my sources and thank my readers, Laura Franey, Dr. Pickard, and Katie Simpson-Smith, who could not be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Izzy?
So you did a fair amount of reading. Was there any line of poetry or just short quote that really just
Yeah, so that's actually something I struggled with a lot. And in the larger essays and things attached to the manuscript, I do explain. I'll go back to it, actually. It's easier to see than to say. In Oath to a Raj, there's a specific line that mimics something Isa expresses, which is the difficulty to separate oneself from their art, which I agreed with because I found a lot of similarities to her and my own life. Where is it? Yes, somewhere between the first and last pages, a good writer takes a detour and merges their life with their character. So a lot of the places she would have her character go were places that she physically went to. And a lot of the people that she would write were people that she was or were around. So things like the wife and mother and the lonely widow, versus my own experience being raised in the South and seeing the way older women are disvalued if they live outside of like the traditional norms, and we'll quote that. But I definitely see a lot of influence. Cousin Butterfly takes small hints of conversation and it follows the excerpt and plays with the language that Glenn used herself in her own writings. So I can definitely say it's like a nice mix of my voice and her own voice.
Would you mind then just saying, from a like I first had a question about quantification and then a question about her taking on that voice. Do you mind saying like how many poems you wrote to sort of represent her, and then what was it like trying to take on persona in your writings? I know that was an important part of what you were doing, so you can talk about that.
Yes, so I wrote 34 poems in all, about 12 a section, give or take. A lot of the research I did informed how I was writing Glenn's voice. I had, pre this project, an interest in the 1920s to about the 1950s in just a historical nature, and so a lot of my research was reading Glenn's work, noting things that she says frequently, does frequently, and then making sure that I just had historically accurate images. Things like if I was going to use a pen, were red ballpoint pens a thing by the time she would be saying that? And if they weren't, finding what would have existed. Nuances like that really made the poem feel like they were written by Glenn herself instead of me, who is just trying to capture her.
I think we have a question over here.
You may have answered this partially in the answer to your last question, but I was really intrigued by the fact that Katie Simpson-Smith was one of your readers, and she's really masterful at historical fiction. And I'm wondering how your interactions with Katie influenced your work.
Yes, so historical fiction is one of my favorite genres. It was half the interest in starting this work in general. And Katie Simpson-Smith has spoken at Millsaps College before and was a resident professor for a time. And so I have gotten to interact with her in quite sparse moments, and it was wonderful to be able to work with her. She had a lot of insights and really gave wonderful advice for someone writing the perspective of someone whose life they never lived in. Glenn's life ended before mine ever started, so all the information that I was working with was just secondhand. I didn't live firsthand through any of the things that she went through. And I think having a reader that has written so far back in the past to guide me and give me advice and really help me understand like the math undertaking I was going through was really helpful, and it was wonderful to work with her.
Dr. Griffin?
My question is sort of an extension of UC North, I guess. So you had this intense engagement with the historical period on the one hand, and then identification with an author from that period whose life you researched. And you mentioned a little bit about a sort of identification that you had with her situation. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about what engaging
Yeah, so one of the things that really struck me when I was reading Glenn's work was the southern charm, where she really goes into the struggles of being a parent and a woman. Things like when your husband dies, then if you don't have a foundation, that was your foundation and it is gone. And the fear of the main character for her aging. She acknowledges a lot her looks and the fear of not being viewed as valuable to society anymore. And for me personally, that's something I think a lot of us still struggle with. The idea of aging, of losing people that we base our entire lives around. And especially in Glenn's life, it was, she grew up a fairly happy, sociable person, and still her writings show this sad kind of let down tone. And I think that it speaks to that need to show a certain face in front of others that you don't necessarily feel inside. And I definitely connected with her on that, and it helped a lot when I was writing the pieces to connect with that reality and just try and find a way to say it in the same upfront tone that Glenn did.
Why poetry? Why not fiction?
Yeah, so I actually have gotten asked this a lot. Glenn in her lifetime never wrote poetry that I know of. If she did, it was not published, and it is not open to the public as of now. However, she wrote in longer prose and short stories, and I thought that poetry is a great way to capture a very, very zoomed in lens of a larger photo. So things like she lived a long life. She had a lot of experiences. And what I really wanted to get to was the emotion she bore through each experience. Things like her cousin rejecting her as an artist but loving her as family. How would she handle that in under 100 words? How do we capture these moments in a way that hits home for a lot of people with as much engagement but few words as possible? I think it's very interesting and a nuanced way to explore complicated topics.
Any more questions for Izzy? Okay, I have one. Is there anything in Isa Glenn's writing that you would say is distinctly Southern?
Absolutely. I'm going to have to vote that Southern charm hits it on the head. It really gets to the nitty-gritty of people in the South. It's things like you call your mom and you want to complain about this family member staying at your house for 2 weeks that just showed up on your doorstep. And it's writing about things like going to Paris and being disgusted because the tea is unsweet and hot all the time. And it's just small nuances like that that, if you live somewhere in the South, you're going, yeah, me too, I get that. And it's something that's never changed, even if the way we write, the way we view society, things like that has not. That cultural tie is the same. And it really makes it hit home when you're from the South and can share similar experiences.
Dr. Pickard.
So one quick question for you. You spent so much time studying and then engaging with the works of a writer who aspired to, be in art anthology still to this day. So you spent all of this time studying her career, how her career unfolded, and then what happened, after she stopped writing. And I wonder whether this research and this your project has given you any insight into your journey as a writer and changed the way that you understand the possibilities for your own growth.
I would have to say so. Actually, like Glenn, I have a really deep love for longer writings, and I love long prose and short stories. But poetry itself is so difficult, and specifically persona poetry, which is what I've done in this project, you have to eliminate yourself from the equation to a degree. You can't write how you feel in the situation, it's how they felt. And that's something that if you want the poem to really be strong, you try to capture that with a brief nature, but still having impact, which is something prose, you have more word space to really explore the nuances of your feelings. And I like the difficulty of writing something like this. And I think Glenn herself wrote something that was difficult for her. With Orage, the poem she's writing, well, the poem is based on a letter to Orage where Glenn complains about not feeling like she's writing for herself but for her readers. And I took the spin on that to do it intentionally versus the held down way Glenn was forced to do it, just to have a career in writing and doing what her publisher was advising she do versus what she felt she wanted to do.
All right. Thank you so much for attending this second session. We're going to take a break and come back at 12:30. Please congratulate Izzy on her accomplishments.
see. Okay, we're going to begin the third session. I'll give everyone just a couple of seconds to kind of wind down and get settled. Our next project is going to be Bailey Watkins, who has an honors in biology with the project Distribution and Abundance of Aeneas in Northeast Mississippi.
All right. Can y'all hear me well? Everybody hear me well? All right, thank you. Okay. So I'm doing my presentation on the distribution and abundance of green salamanders in northeastern Mississippi. For a little background on the species, they're a lungless plethodontid salamander that are known for breathing through their skin, cutaneous breathing. They have specialized toe pads for exceptional climbing and for specific habitats. They live in Hartsel sandstone rock faces They live in Hartsel sandstone rock faces in northeast Mississippi. And this, as the map right here, you can see, this map at the bottom shows the range starting in Mississippi going all the way up into Pennsylvania. They're currently a Mississippi Tier 2 endangered species, which means that they are of high conservation concern in the state. They're only found in one county in Mississippi, Tishomingo County, and specifically Tishomingo State Park. So our main goals were to find a better understanding of the conservation status of one of the endangered salamander species in Mississippi. We were also looking to answer important questions about green salamander habitat. We wanted to know how concerned we really need to be with the population. We also wanted to determine future plans of action for the conservation of green salamanders and what we can do to better preserve the longevity of the species. From a distribution standpoint, we wanted to know where throughout the county they occurred and if they were found anywhere currently that were not found previously in previous records, and if they are not in places that they were found in previous records. We know that they are historically centralized within a specific area, but we wanted to know if that has expanded or contracted. From an abundance standpoint, our research was a little bit different in the fact that we studied catch per unit effort, or CPUE, which is the number caught, I put caught in parentheses because sometimes you can't really catch it, it's more of an observation, divided by the number of hours spent searching. And we also wanted to examine regional differences. So we broke it into 3 regions: the western region in red, central region in yellow, and the eastern region in orange. So to perform this research, we broke it into day and nighttime surveys over summer periods and winter periods. For the summer periods, we would go out around 8 a.m. to noon, and we would go with handheld flashlights, headlamps, and we would look in the rock faces, in the crevices, for any kind of salamander, frog, snake, anything that would be living within the rock faces or surrounding the rock faces. And we would log GPS coordinates of any green salamander that we found, along with habitat features and whether or not they were tending eggs or gravid. For the winter surveys, repeated the same methods. However, I would go once per month, camp out, go at night, repeat the same thing in the morning. Along with that, we performed a chi-squared analysis to determine the regional differences in CPUE versus the eastern, western, and central regions. We performed 78 surveys at 41 different sites with 396 total person hours. In these surveys, we documented green salamanders at 7 previously undocumented survey sites, as well as 2 locations that had never been seen before. So these white stars indicate all of the areas that we found new localities in places that had previously been surveyed but never seen green salamanders. And the yellow stars represent the areas that were never searched before. All of these white circles are the areas that we found no salamanders at all, no green salamanders at all. For abundance, we found 195 green salamanders, which accounted for about 22% of our total observations. And the mean CPUE of all 78 sites was 0.46 per hour, so around 1 every 30 minutes, with a range of 0 to 4. Along with green salamanders, some of the other species that we observed were slimy salamanders, two-line salamanders, long-tailed salamanders, cave salamanders, and newts. The two most abundant of these being slimy salamanders, which is here, and long-tailed salamanders up here. So in the west, central, and eastern region, there was a slight variation in CPUE. However, we determined it was not statistically significant. If you can look at the graph here, this shows the CPUE by region for green salamanders with zeros included, which means any place that we didn't see anything, we left in this graph. However, this one shows zeros excluded, so any site that we didn't find anything was removed from this data set, and you can see it's a little bit less skewed. For my monthly results on my winter surveys, I went to 20 surveys at 3 different sites. The 3 sites are Q, B, and A here. In these sites, these are sites that had held previous records of green salamanders from either our surveys in the past or Tom Mann's surveys before ours. I've spent 45 person hours searching these rock faces and found 24 green salamanders for about 25% of the catch. So for habitat preferences, green salamander prefers small crevices roughly 1.3 meters off of the ground and under large overhangs historically. However, for us, we noticed that we only saw overhangs at roughly 9% of our total surveys. However, we still consider it to be needed habitat, although we didn't find very many within them. Some reasons we failed to see them in certain locations versus others. As you can see in this, in 1968, Woods found 70 at Cabin Cliff. 20 years later, 0, and then in 2008, 13 again. In 2017, there were only 2 total found, and in our survey, we weren't able to find any at Cabin Cliff. The reasons we think that this is because of logging, storms and flooding, and the main reason being mining. So in the top left corner, you can see here, the rock face is almost completely destroyed. And in this one, you can see the holes that were dug out for mining. So it's kind of easy to ask, like, why would this be something that I need to worry about for me? Like, what's the reason that I would care about a salamander in Northeast Mississippi? Well, what happens to these animals on a small scale happens to them before us. So they're going to be affected by any environmental issues or any environmental health problems before it gets to us due to the fact that they breathe through their skin, and everything's going to be on a much more drastic scale on their lower environment. This study also lays the groundwork for future studies to compare CPUE to ours and know, is this species declining or is it continuing to grow? For future conservation, we need to gather information about the landscape history so we can know a little bit more about what has happened in the past that affects habitat today. Possibly utilizing conservation easements to work with landowners, providing funding to help private landowners conserve the species that is on their property that we might not be able to easily access. And it's also been proposed that we create buffer zones at least 100 feet around rock faces to prevent canopy destruction and ultimate habitat destruction. Finally, I'd like to thank the Mississippi Wildlife and Fisheries and the guidance of Dr. Selman, the Millsaps College Biology Department, and the help of the undergraduate research team.
Okay, that was lovely. We can begin questions. Does anyone have anything to ask?
What were they mining?
That's a good question. I haven't really looked into that much, but it just, I know when we got there, there was no habitat left. So I mean, I didn't really look much into what they were mining for, but it's a great question.
Tasmania State Park is in the southernmost part of the range.
Mm.
The range extends all the way to Pennsylvania, as you showed. Is climate related to your species diminishing? Are they less common in the southern part of the range, or are they increasing or stable in the northern part of the range?
That's a great question. I actually meant to touch on that. So they are actually considered endangered in all 13 states that they are distributed throughout. However, through our study, we've kind of been talking about the status in Mississippi, and that it honestly doesn't really need to be endangered in Mississippi anymore, because we found them in a high abundance and a relatively far distribution throughout their range in Mississippi. And we were finding them once every 30 minutes, so it's not like they're declining. We found them in more spots than previous researchers and in spots that they had never been seen before. So.
I gotta bust your chops just a little, only because you repeated it. Is 0.5 per hour, is that one every 30 minutes?
0.5 per hour. Did I mess that up? Whatever. Yeah, sorry.
If it takes me an hour to do half of something, how
Yeah.
long does it take me to do it?
Yeah, my bad.
In your research of 3 areas, what do you think accounted for the variation in central region as opposed to the other 2 where it was a lower concentration?
So there was actually no statistical difference between the 3 regions, but there was a spike in one of the regions due to one of the rock faces that I searched during my monthly surveys was about like 20 yards long and had one salamander consistently for multiple months, which made the CPUE exceptionally high in that area, but it's not really telling of the study as a whole.
Do you think the decline of specific species population could affect other different populations of organisms in that community?
Absolutely. I mean, everything eats everything. So anything that eats salamanders is going to be affected by a decline in salamanders, and anything that salamanders eat is going to have there's going to be an effect that is kind of unknown until it happens.
Do you know if anybody's looking into the possibility of creating sort of an artificial environment for these, artificial habitat for these critters, kind of like the equivalent of a bird house that might exist in this park that you checked in?
Not that I've seen. The only thing that I've really seen is, like as I said earlier, is the buffer zones trying to kind of just preserve the habitat around the rock faces and prevent from canopy destruction, which has kind of been a big driver in the decline in other states, is just lack of canopy.
Okay. One more round of applause for this great presentation. Okay, next up we have Isabel Hebert, Honors in History. She'll be presenting on T.E. Lawrence and the Arab Revolt.
So, good afternoon. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to give thanks to my advisors, Dr. Story, Dr. Forbes, and Dr. Gorham. Now let me begin my presentation on Lawrence of Arabia, the Arab Revolt, and the emergence of the modern Middle East. So my thesis was that T.E. Lawrence had an important role in the map-making of the Middle East after the First World War. He had influence over several key figures, but he was unable to influence them all. My research question is, how much influence did Lawrence of Arabia actually have in the Middle East? So Arabia pre-World War I was ruled by the Ottoman Turks, by the Turkish Empire, but they wanted a pan-Turkish empire. But there were several minorities there who were being persecuted by the Turks, such as the Arabs, the Jews, and the Armenians, which resulted in the war of the Arab Revolt. The Zionist movement took place The Zionist movement was a result of the Dreyfus Affair in 1898. The Dreyfus Affair was caused because of, the Dreyfus Affair was an affair Dreyfus Affair was an affair that targeted Sir Alfred Dreyfus because he was Jewish, of Jewish descent, and Zionism was a response to the Zionist movement, the definition of Zionism is that all Jews should return to their homeland, which is now modern-day Israel. Who is Lawrence of Arabia? Lawrence of Arabia was a British diplomat, a British soldier, a historian, and an archaeologist. He tried to create a stable modern Middle East. Unfortunately, he failed to do so. Before we begin talking about the Arab Revolt, there's one battle I would like to include which plays a very crucial role, is the Battle of Gallipoli. The Battle of Gallipoli took place from 1915 to 1916, and it was led by Winston Churchill, and it was one of the failed battles of the modern Middle East. So in 1916, the Arab Revolt began, and Lawrence had a great deal of influence in the Middle East because he was able to choose one of the Sharif's sons to be the head of the war. So, for example, he chose Faisal out of Ali, Zaid, and Abdullah because he believed he had the right temperament for it. And the two main battles were the Battle of Aqaba, which took place in 1916, and the Battle of Damascus, which closed the front in 1918. Now, Lawrence may have had a hero complex, which indicated that he may have had narcissistic tendencies. Now, he believed that he fell into the great men theory of Thomas Carlyle, which meant he could use violence in any way to justify what he was doing. Now, he often downplayed his roles in the Middle East by calling himself a perfect fool in that time. In 1916, the secret agreement between the British and the French was the Sykes-Picot Agreement. The Sykes-Picot Agreement recklessly drew the Middle East between the British and the French. Now the French would get which is now modern-day Syria and Lebanon, and the British would get what is now Iraq and Kuwait. But because of the map making, some of the lands would be majority of Iraq would be under an Arab state under British protection, but they would be economically reliant on the British, the same as most of Syria with the French. The complete rule of which Britain had over was Iraq. And then Russia was supposed to get Armenia, but when Russia left the First World War, they published the secret meetings of the Sykes-Picot, the Balfour Declaration, and the McMahon-Hussein agreements. Mark Sykes was one of the main people who wrote the Sykes-Picot Agreement. The Sykes-Picot Agreement, as we have seen before, recklessly drew the modern Middle East, but Lawrence often called him a caricaturist because of the reckless borders he drew and and he was also very anti-Semitic, which indicated that Lawrence and Mark Sykes did not get along as well in the Middle East because they had two different ideas. The McMahon-Hussein Agreement took place from 1915 to 1917, and it was a series of 10 letters between the Sharif Hussein and Sir Henry McMahon, which indicated, and it was about how the Arabs were supposed to get their land from the British, but they would never get their lands back because of the secret agreements of the Sykes-Picot and the Balfour Declaration. Now, the Balfour Declaration took place in 1916. It was a letter written between Arthur Balfour and Lionel Walter Rothschild, which basically agreed to give the British Zionists the British to give the land to the Zionists, which is now modern-day Palestine. But they didn't realize that they would be expelling Arabs out of Palestine. Aaron Aronson played an important role in the Zionist movement because he was so stubborn and he was very stubborn and hot-headed. Him and Lawrence often clashed on things. So Aronson believed that Palestine should be for the Zionists, but Lawrence believed that Palestine should be for both the lands, for both the groups, Arabs and Zionists. But they didn't really get along, and since both men were blinded by their beliefs, Aaron Aronson called Lawrence an anti-Semite. So, post-war diplomacy in 1919, the Treaty of Versailles was signed to end World War I. It didn't do much for the Arabs and the Zionists. The Allies allowed the Zionist and Arab leaders to attend, but they would not let them say much. Sham Weizmann was an important figure in the Zionist movement. He and Lawrence got along somewhat, but that sometimes they didn't, which indicated that there were tensions between them. Now, Faisal and the Frankfurter Letter. Now, in 1919, Faisal wrote a letter to one of the leaders of the American Zionist Organization in 1919, Felix Frankfurter, who would later become Supreme Court Justice in 1939 of the United States. And in this letter, there were several mistakes in the translation, which indicated that Faisal did not write the letter. It was actually Lawrence who wrote the letter. And because of this, by using Faisal's name in the letter, it indicated that Lawrence had a huge amount of influence over Faisal. The Cairo Conference, it took place in 1922, and there were no Arabs there for Lawrence to speak for, and it made it complicated for him, and he was appointed by Winston Churchill to be in charge. But here's the catch. One thing I didn't understand was why, if he was in charge of the Cairo Conference, why couldn't he overturn the Sykes-Picot and the McMahon-Hussein Agreement and Balfour Declarations? And the outcome of this was the Sharifin solution. The Sharifin solution basically divided the land among the four brothers, Ali, Abdullah, Zaid, and Faisal. Faisal would rule over what is now mainly Syria. Abdullah would rule over Baghdad and Upper Mesopotamia. Zaid would rule over Lower Mesopotamia, and Ali would rule the Hijaz and would retain all the Sharif's power, which would mean the Sharif would not be in charge, would not have any power in the Middle East. Winston Churchill, he played an important role in the map-making in the Middle East because he was trying to redeem himself after the failed Battle of Gallipoli. Now, he chose Lawrence to be in charge of the Cairo Conference. By putting him in charge of the Cairo Conference, this means he might have been able to overturn some of those secret agreements. And finally, Sharif Hussein. Sharif Hussein was the father of Faisal, Ali, Abdullah, and Zaid. And what happened was Lawrence and the Sharif had a good relationship at the beginning, but because of all the lies that were going on between the British and the French, and Lawrence was a middleman, he lost his trust with Lawrence, especially with the outcome of the Sharifan solution. And the concluding remarks was that Lawrence was successful at managing Faisal and some of the other leaders during the Arab Revolt. However, he was unable to manage strong individuals such as Aaron Aronson, Shem Wiseman, and Mark Sykes. Historians have varying views of his accomplishments. What this means is that some people tend to downplay his role in the Middle East. I disagree with that because he was in the center of it all, and he probably knew more about what was going on than most people in that time. Lawrence's successes are balanced with failures, especially with the outcome of the Sharifan solution. The Sharifan solution created a place where the Arabs could have their independence, but the thing was Faisal would be expelled from Syria because of the promises given from the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and he would be forced to live in exile in England for the rest of his life. And as a result of post-World War I mapmaking, there is much conflict in the modern Middle East.
Great job. Now we can do questions. Does anyone want to start us off?
How do you feel that David Lean's 1962 biopic has impacted Major Lawrence's legacy?
It played an influential role because a lot of people use the movie as like being historically accurate, which in fact it's not really historically accurate. Oftentimes they make Lawrence sound like he was he couldn't do anything about much of what was going on, which I kind of disagree about. And it kind of downplays his whole entire role in the Middle East.
What led to your interest in Lawrence and this
Well, I really like the movie, which kind of inspired me to.
Great inspiration.
Which kind of inspired me to learn more about this topic, because at first I really didn't know anything about it, but then I wanted to learn more about it.
So, for the Sharifan solution, I was struck by how dynastic the thinking was. It would be four brothers who would divide up control. Can you say a little bit more about the policy logic of putting so much power in that? I mean, Sharifs aren't actually all that hard to find. There's lots of them in the Arab world. So why be so dynastic at that level? Can you speak a little bit about the policy on that, or politics?
I think it was because of the way the British and the French colonized the air regions, because there were several other places around the world where they backed up like religious leaders and authorities rulers who were in charge of that time, and they backed it up. And then once the British and the French leave, the Arab world kind of fell apart.
Are there any more questions? If not, I have one. Oh, Matt, go ahead. I'm up here, so you go.
This is a totally unfair question, Isabel, so you can just say that this is a ridiculous question, but did you learn anything doing your thesis that led you to believe there are solutions to the problems in the Middle East?
Just small question there.
What insights did you gain about how not to do things? Or, I don't know, you don't have to answer that if you don't want to, you can just go to Izzy's question.
Just to clarify, your grade does ride on whether you can solve Vinny's piece right now. No pressure, no pressure.
I think that one thing I did learn was Lawrence backed up religious leaders, and by backing up religious leaders, it gives like a greater authority over. It might make each country more authoritarian because of the bias that as the leader rules. So it just depends on that. Also, because the thing is, one of his grandsons is the king of Jordan currently. So it just depends on like what area you're at.
My question was going to be, how do you think Lawrence, like the movie, portrays a westernized like portrayal of Lawrence as being kind of a good guy versus what you found in your research that seems to contradict a lot of that information?
Oh yes, the movie does kind of make him look like a good guy, that he had to be the hero in some sort of way. There were several parts. I think the one part that struck me the most was when he was talking about the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and he was saying, they were talking in the office and they were talking about the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and then Peter O'Toole, who plays T.E. Lawrence in the film, acts shocked and acted like he didn't know about it, which in contrast to the book, he often called himself a perfect fool because the Arabs confronted him and asked him, did the British and French actually do this? Did they actually divide the Middle East in half?
We had one more real quick, and then we'll.
So my question, did you do any research as to why those particular individuals had the ability to kind of force their will on the situation at hand? Like, what was it about those individuals that were able to do it?
I think part of it was there were a lot, especially from the Zionist movement. I think that a lot of them were they knew what they wanted in the Middle East because of the outline of Zionism. So I think, especially with Sham Wiseman and Aaron Aronson, I feel like they definitely played an important role into it. I think figures such as T.E. Lawrence, they did play a big role into this, but the thing was with Lawrence was that he was a middleman, so he did a lot what he could do, but he couldn't make like a bigger. He couldn't make a bigger like a bigger change out of it.
And now I will introduce our last person. It is Trey Clark with an honors in creative writing and his project Desk Summer. He will be our final person of the day, so welcome him warmly, and he can take it away. He's a great speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. And those of you who stayed here since this morning, things have come around full circle. Oh, of course. Excuse me. Oop, okay, there we go. Do that. Firstly, I'd like to thank my committee members, Professor Egan, Dr. Yates, and Dr. Franey, for keeping me going with their encouragement and their feedback. In addition, I'd like to thank all of my friends who acted as readers for any step of my journey so far. Your feedback and proofreading it's touched me in a way that I can't really describe. Excuse me if I get a little bit teary-eyed. This project has been in the making way before this honors project. The concept of it started in middle school for me. I always felt that my written words could convey the message I wanted to give when my voice couldn't quite do it. I always felt that By writing, I was able to communicate with people in a way where they just wouldn't understand if I was just speaking to them. Right now, it seems a lot different because I'm a lot more dynamic in my speaking, but in the beginning, it wasn't like that at all. And, well, with Dust Summer, I see it as a step towards multiple books, and in fact, a media franchise on par with Marvel Studios. And to be honest, having it be this first step is a bit shocking, considering that I was inspired by Hesiod's Theogony, Paulo Coelho's The Alchemist, and Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I was a very avid reader. But I think one of the things that I discovered the most on this journey is I needed more than just to be inspired, which is why my reading list encompassed other writers that didn't just spark my creativity, but got me thinking of the creative process of writing a novel in more of a business sense. Stephen King's On Writing in particular, and his advice of even a sentence a day being a commendable effort towards writing a novel heavily motivated me to not feel so deterred by the large scale of my project. And with 320 pages written at this date, it was daunting some days. But to focus more on the true start of the novel, like a few of my peers, I had a question that I sought to answer through Dust Summer's creation. And it's changed a lot from my initial question of, how do I know who I am? The definitive version, after deliberation with my committee members, turned out to be, how do you move forward when the constants in your life are gone or they change? I found my answer in religion. And I don't just mean one religion, I mean multiple. Though Dust Summer focuses on Greek and Abrahamic religions particularly, I looked towards many avenues for trying to answer that question and not limiting myself to what the book focuses on, to create a more diverse and holistic view as best as I can over the course of a year and a half. And I focused on creation myths mostly, such as Book of Genesis and the Bible. And what I found, in a most general sense, was to look for other constants. I should clarify, by constants, I mean things that we see ourselves not being able to live without, things we don't even think about living without, but they're just always there. Sometimes they can be friends, family, water sometimes, but the constants described in the creation myth, no matter what they may be, whether it be a giant or a cow licking ice cubes to create gods, or pulling land out of the ocean, whether it be from a hook or using a very large stick, or a simple word. Constants all come about from change. And things that we notice to have always been there appeared from somewhere else. Things that appear to be constant come about from changing, and therefore change brings about what we perceive as having always been, and in turn, what has always been can change. It's with that sentiment that my story follows a girl, Moth, and a boy, Jiraiya, as the two of them grapple with their own respective senses of identity in the presence and absence of what they believe as constants. In Moth's case, she believed that she would graduate high school, that she would, well, have to live with the unrealistic expectations of her parents until the day she died, and just generally be unhappy, no matter what she tried to do, because she just couldn't find the will to become likable in a world that just didn't seem to like her. In the first chapter, she is couch hopping between friends, and she currently only has $5 in her pocket, and she doesn't have to deal with her parents because she left, ran away. She's not overly concerned about the constants anymore. She's just glad that the ones she used to deal with aren't there anymore. Jiraiya is the exact opposite. The passage I'll be reading you is of their first meeting. It is after Moth has evaded a trio of bullies, regular people that made her life a living hell. And after escaping a a supermarket on par with Piggly Wiggly or Walmart called City Slicked. She finds herself dashing on the sidewalk through the parking lot, about to be clear and out of the way, after she's pushed down a customer to stop one of the bullies and also pause the manager from grabbing her as well. And as she's running, she hears a mysterious voice, a voice that she doesn't usually recognize. And it says, "Would you like a muffin?" The question had come out of nowhere. The voice asking was cheerful, if not a little robotic. It sounded like it had never been laughed at for asking a stupid question, which was odd because Moth could imagine it coming out of someone in her class. The kind of kid she'd probably end up protecting, because other people would pick on them. "Weird," she mutters to herself as the muffin question takes her focus away from her surroundings. In that momentary distraction, her mind misses the fact that she's about to crash into a yellow muffin stand. Crap. No. She digs her heels into the soles of her shoes to try stopping the oncoming disaster, but her momentum carries her forward, despite her best efforts to resist. She flinches at the thought of crashing into the wooden stand and braces for impact. She turns her head to spare her face the brunt of the collision, holds her hands in front of her head to cushion her fall, and raises her knees up in a fetal position as her shoes momentarily leave the pavement. "Please don't have me get any splinters," she prays. She closes her eyes, anticipating the pain to hit at any moment. That moment passes, followed by another and then another. Moth's eyebrows furrow with confusion. She could feel herself still in the air. No part of her body had touched the ground. She opened her eyes as more moments passed, and the pain she expected to come didn't seem to arrive at all. She was definitely still in the air, as the first thing her eyes saw were her feet dangling an inch or so off the ground. A tightness around her neck makes it hard to look up, but she does make out the distinct stretch of her shirt collar behind her neck. Perhaps due to too much experience and realizing the immediate danger was over, she recognized the feeling of being suspended in midair. She wriggles in the grasp of whoever was holding her and asks them, "Could you put me down?" "Yes, of course." The same voice that had asked about the muffins. The person puts her down so gently that her shoes don't make a sound when they reach the pavement. Thanks, she tells them as she turns around to get a good look at the person who just stopped her from getting planks to the face. A young man, bald and about a foot taller than Moth, stands in front of her with his arms at his side. His hazel eyes look her over with a worried expression, one that Moth remembers seeing on her father when she came home from her first fistfight. Why does this guy look so worried? She adjusts her collar so she doesn't look like she had just been held like a kitten by the scruff of its neck. She looks up at him, her eyes switching between staring into his and at his shiny yellow robes, and feels the urge to run away bubble up from under her feet. She leans back on her heels, almost turns away from him, but lets out a sigh before she puts her hands in her pockets. Thanks, she mutters begrudgingly. Obviously, I wouldn't be standing right now if you hadn't caught me, and I'm assuming that stand is yours, so makes sense. I appreciate the catch. Maybe working your grip, felt like I was choking for a good few seconds there. She leans to the side to see past the young man. It looked like the big-bellied customer wasn't too hurt by the fall, but the green-vested manager was still apologizing as if he was the one that had pushed the customer. Carrington was glaring at her, but with the manager's hand on his shoulder, he couldn't move very far. The perfect opportunity to make her escape. She looked back at the young man to give him one more nod, a half-hearted wave, and turned on her heels to walk away before something changed. This person is apologetic for the discomfort that it has caused you, miss. This person? She repeats in her head, confused at the strange choice of words. Wait, what? She turns back around to see the young man, bowing his head, and asks if she misheard him. What? The young man lifts up his head. Apologies, miss. This person must bestow upon you 1,000 apologies for the way they treated you in their attempt to prevent you from colliding with their muffin booth. In addition, they must apologize for asking you whether or not you desired a muffin. In addition, their intention was purely benign, with the highest wishes to be of any assistance to you. They did not have an inkling of the effect such a question might have on someone in such a hurry. This person pleads for your forgiveness, you most radiant and beloved creature of life. The confusion so obvious on Moth's face was only matched by the sincerity of the young man. Is this guy real? She asked herself with tense shoulders and a head tilt to offset her slowly furrowing eyebrows. First off, stop that. Second off, did you just call me a creature? Yes, this person did call you a creature. However, the person did not mean to be insulting. If you would prefer, this person could back away from him. Carrington, carrying a broom, stands a few feet away behind the young man, along with Kent. Moth peeks from behind the young man as he turns to face Carrington and Kent. His eyes widen, surprised. Hello, Mr. Kent and Mr. Carrington. Are you aware that you smell of apple cider and turkey, respectively? Carrington lets out a frustrated sigh as he continues to walk toward her, and the young man with his broom. Jiraiya, you should back up and get away from her. Carrington repeats while pointing at Moth. Has she hurt you? Kent asks while rubbing his nose. Have I hurt him? Moth shouts in her mind at the question. You should be worried that he could hurt me! A 6-foot bald guy versus a girl smaller than an ironing board, and you think I can knock him out with one punch? I mean, I probably could if I got lucky, but that's not... What kind of backwards thinking is... She has been nothing but a delightful conversationalist. The words from the young man, Jiraiya, pulled Moth out of her internal rant. No harm has come to this person's body, and this person feels confident in proclaiming violence as a slow-moving reality. This person would prefer it to be only a possibility. Given the events of conversation, should all parties be amicable and able to be understanding. Moth's initial confusion at meeting Jiraiya has spread to the faces of both Carrington and Kent after Jiraiya is done talking. Noticing their confusion, he thoughtfully rubs his chin for a moment before rephrasing. If no one here attacks another, there will be no conflict. This person prefers that and will make sure of it. A general nod passes between the boys, but Moth continues to stare at Jiraiya. The image on the back of his robe grabs her attention. Embroidered in golden string, a 7-fingered hand holds a circled plus sign in its palm. The plus sign and circle being made of more than 30 stars that were all embroidered with the same colored string as the 7-fingered hand. Moth's eyes follow the stars, trying to count all of them before being interrupted by Jiraiya turning around to look at her. Moth stares into his eyes for as long as she can without making herself feel weird for looking so long without speaking. Jiraiya just gives her a soft grin as he stares. When the awkwardness becomes too much for her to not address, Moth breaks the silence. Are you going to keep staring at me, or should I come back tomorrow when you figure out what to say? This person does not believe that Mr. Carrington or Mr. Kent would agree with your leaving quite yet. However, should you be cooperative, this person is sure that you will arrive at your destination with time to spare. Though perhaps this person was hasty in assuming you had a predetermined destination and you simply wish to exit a situation of discomfort. This person apologizes thrice over. In any case of the actions that you shall be performed upon your departure, is it rude to request an answer to the question previously asked by this person? I didn't hear him ask any question. Moth raises an eyebrow at him. I don't think so. It really just depends on the question. Are you talking about giving me a muffin? He shakes his head. The proposed question of whether or not you would desire a muffin was not the inquiry this person was referring to. Instead, the person was referring to the question posed only a minute ago. The question surrounding the mystery of what your name might be. Oh! You must have not been speaking loud enough because I did not hear you. My name's... She stops herself as the urge to make up a fake name hits her tongue. He did keep me from falling on my face. Does he deserve a fake name? She asks herself as her eyes mentally narrow. Nah, but he definitely doesn't need the real one. Just a nickname like everyone else. Moth, she says as she holds out her knuckles for a fist bump. You should call me Moth. Anything else won't get you a response. Thank you.
Okay, after that, would anyone like to ask any questions, make any comments? Feel free, Trey can answer.
So I'd like to ask you to say a little bit more about Jariah's speaking voice and his choice to refer to himself as this person. Can you say a little bit more about what inspired you to make that narrative choice for that character?
Well, Jariah's voice came about from a number of places, one of them being Paulo in The Alchemist and his style of writing. I especially like this quote when he says, "And when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you achieve it." That way of speaking, in which it embodies a feeling, in addition to seeming so verbose in a Shakespearean sort of way, I felt was perfect for Jariah, in addition of serving the purpose of showing that Jariah does not have a sense of himself. He does not recognize himself as having possession over any part of his being. And therefore, he refers to himself as this person to show that disconnect where there is no ownership, whereas Moth is very much someone who will claim what she has and do so proudly.
So, you mentioned before you start reading that you pull from a lot of religions and mythology. How does that play into the story that we were introduced to? Because we don't see too much of it in that section.
Well, the mythology portion plays into the latter half, which is when Moth's worldview, her constants are challenged and taken away, this time by her own choice. And the constants established in the book are based on mythology. I specifically looked up Greek and Abrahamic religions, so the Garden of Eden is in place, as well as Greek figures such as Hephaestus, the smith god, and Epimetheus is mentioned, who is the brother of Prometheus, who gave humanity fire, and generally a lot of other sources. Lilith also makes an appearance in the book, and a lot of the work of the religions are on the world building side, where a lot of them come together in sort of an overall sense. But again, the book focuses on Greek and Abrahamic religion specifically. Anyone else? Oh.
Out of all the chapters you made, what did you choose this?
It was the easiest for everyone to get into because if I started in the latter half, it would be a lot of emotions for simply no reason, and it would be a lot of context to have to give all of you. Not saying that I couldn't, just saying that it was probably best for everyone to be on the same page when walking into the book, and having it be the first chapter where they meet to show one of the strongest aspects of the book, in my opinion, being their relationship between Moth and Jariah, and how they work off of each other in sort of a buddy cop dynamic, but also touching on familial dynamics of, I may not have met you, but it feels like from the way we talk, the way we interact, I've known you for all my life. Anyone else? Oh, okay. Dr. Yates, and then... Okay. Oh, okay. Ping pong. Here we go.
So I've had the pleasure of reading the installment in full. I know that you were mentioning that if we took a later section, it would be hard to get into because everything will change the setting and all that. And I know you do a lot of hard work world building, right? Because they go to some really interesting kinds of places. Could you speak to some of the challenges you were facing in building? Like, it's one thing to be in a parking lot in a place we could envision. Talk to me about some of the challenges of building a place that obviously none of us have ever been to, right?
Yeah. Some of those places is all part of a point of reference, I feel, and basing it off of the mythology that I already have. I'll take the Garden of Eden just first off. Eden is described a lot of ways, and it can mean a lot of ways in different people, for different people. And the overall thing I picked up was that it was a garden. It was a beautiful garden. Beyond beauty, in fact, almost indescribable in just how magnificent, flourishing, nourishing, in all ways, it made someone feel complete in any way we could have hoped. And yet because Adam and Eve were cast out, we're not able to appreciate that anymore. And so now we live with experience. And I thought, well, it's a garden, before garden was even a word. So what would that look like? My first thought was something like the Amazon rainforest. Something big, expansive. And teeming with all types of life, not in the way of what we perceive as life, but things we might not even be able to know about. Because in the book, Moth and Jiraiya must fight the concepts of like misery or toil or fear. And I thought, why wouldn't those concepts live in the garden as well? Or at least be embodied in some way where they are represented in the garden itself. And I find those ways, that basis of basing it on something rooted in the religion and then building it out into a modern era was really the stepping stone for a lot of the places that I created, such as Hephaestus's Forge, Lilith's nightclub, and the garden, and also the monastery where Jiraiya finds himself from. Is you. Yeah.
Of the characters that you created in this book, can you relate to any of them, or are all of them kind of a reflection of yourself, or some type of aspect of yourself personally?
Oh yeah, all of the characters are a little bit of me in them in one way or another, and if they're not me, there's someone else I base them off of. Moth in particular is the voice inside my head I will never say out loud. Just absolutely never say out loud. While Jiraiya comes from a lot of my elementary school days when I was having trouble understanding social situations and social cues, and I felt like I had a lot to say, but every time I spoke, it just felt like it came out wrong. People just didn't understand me. And then building off of those perspectives, I had to look into ways in which their stories could not just be told by me. Because like I was saying, I want this to build out into something more than just this one book. And I want them to be able to relate people in one way or another. And that was a question I constantly kept asking during the proofreading process of, can you relate to Moth? Can you relate to Jiraiya? What's your favorite part? What do you relate most to about them? And figuring out what it was about my experiences put through the lens of these characters that made them, from what I was told, very funny, enjoying their dynamic, and just them having this sort of chaotically ordered relationship that gets tested very thoroughly throughout the course of the book. Anybody? Oh, okay.
Can you first establish primarily characters to build up, or place or story? Which is more important to you?
Character always comes first. Dust Summer is first and foremost a character-driven story that uses aspects of as many religions as I can to push that core message. And another thing I learned during my research was that when a work goes out into the world, you can't control how it's interpreted anymore. You can only give hints, guides for how people can interpret it. But I hope it came through very clear that this is a character-driven story about two people that get thrown in the ringer and have to deal with their identities. Dr. McMaster.
The part you read us was very realistic. It was in our world. And you talked about parts of the novel that are beyond realism, right? I guess my question is, how do you use the supernatural elements to make comments about things in our world? Like, are there real world issues in the novel that you're dealing with, despite all the fantasy, if that makes sense? Because I haven't read the book, so I don't know if that's an intelligent question.
I do it the same way Fables do, by getting a core message and just putting it through a different lens, like not looking the gift horse in the mouth. Like, literally, that makes no sense. But because we understand where to frame it, we can understand the meaning that's trying to convey. So there are themes that tackle in this, such as Moth having very patriarchal views when she mentions how she couldn't knock out a 6-foot-tall guy, even though if she got lucky, she probably could. When in reality, if she trained, she definitely could. And how Jiraiya sort of has that neutral perspective of just, oh yes, taking things at face value and being open and being highly apologetic in a world where it is very easy to offend a lot of people. And there are a lot of themes in the book that are touched on in that way. And Moth's background and how she grew up is a direct, not commentary, but an acknowledgement that can be furthered by the readers if they choose to look that deeply into the work. Again, I have no control over how deeply they go, but I did put effort into making sure that this story hits on multiple things, such as duality, identity, and and roles. One of the most important things is how someone fits into the world at large. Again, just like fables do, I just took something that didn't seem to make sense at first, but in the proper context, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I know it takes a lot to write a book and come up with a concept, but what made you come up with the name and title?
It was originally started because I wanted two contrasting things, dusk and summer, one of the darkest times in the day with one of the brightest times where it has the most potential to be bright in the summer solstice. And from there, the concept just kind of spiraled, and I had plans of all 4 books that I planned to write to be seasonal related, such as Fall's Embrace, or Winning is Terrible, there's winter like Winning's Terrible, and then the Spring Tyrant. Each one of them reflecting, in a sort of way, Aristotle's poetics of how fall is for satire. Dr. Griffin's gonna hear. Winter being for tragedy, and then spring for romance. And I follow that somewhat closely. Of course, it breaks away from that mold, but the concept of the title was just two opposites. And then I thought of the seasons being a strong thing because we're going through the seasons of Moth and Jiraiya's journey, and I wanted to embody that in more ways than just the story itself. I want it to be immediately apparent to anyone that picks up the book, of just in the back of their head, dusk and summer. Polar, very different things, but where do they meet in the middle?
And with that, can we get one more round of applause for Trey? And after this, thank you for everyone for staying until our last presenter. Now we will be taking a short break so that we can have our Phi Beta Kappa awards deliberated, and we will come back for that shortly. I encourage everyone who has stayed for this long to stay for that. It's a very exciting portion of this event. And one more round of applause for all the students and their presentations.
All right, going to draw everybody's attention back if we can, please, for the last component of this year's honors conference. So I'm Michael Pickard. I teach English and I figured they'd come around, David. I'm not. I'm I'm Michael Pickard. I teach English and creative writing here at Millsaps. I'm also the president of the Millsaps chapter of Phi Beta Kappa. Phi Beta Kappa was founded in 1776, making it the oldest and most distinguished academic honor society in the United States. So some notable members include U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, W.B. Du Bois, Mark Twain, Hall of Fame quarterback Peyton Manning, the mathematician and computer scientist Grace Hopper, Ta-Nehisi Coates, and many others. Here at Millsaps, we have the first and the oldest chapter of Phi Beta Kappa in the state of Mississippi. We're very proud of that. And for more than a decade, we have been attending this event, the Honors Research Conference, and offering selected projects awards on the basis of merit. I'm going to announce the winners of this year's Phi Beta Kappa prizes, but before I do, I wonder if we could give one more hand to all of our honors students. And we should also please give a hand of applause to Dr. Alex Rice of the Math Department, who is the director of the Millsaps Honors Program. Okay, so this year we are awarding 2 prizes. We are awarding a prize for the best overall thesis and presentation, and then an honorable mention. And so the top prize for best thesis and presentation at the 2023 Honors Conference goes to Andrew Lott. An honorable mention goes to Isabella Suell. So just want to offer one more congratulations to all of our students in completing one of the most challenging and I hope most rewarding experiences that any Millsaps student can complete. And thank you all for coming. This concludes our festivities today. Thank you.